Chapter 1337. Biao thanks Senior for saving my life. My extreme love Heavenly Palace will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Ji Biao seemed to be thanking Yi Xian, but she was also revealing her identity. She wanted to use the name of the extreme love Heavenly Palace to intimidate Yi Xian. I'm not a senior. Yi Xian said calmly. The light on his body gradually faded, revealing his original appearance. When Ji Biao saw Yi Xian's face, she was stunned on the spot. Yi Xian, it's you. Ji Biao exclaimed in the next moment, and then there was great excitement in her eyes. Seeing Ji Biao so happy to see him, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he knew that things were not good. Let's go, quickly return to the extreme love Heavenly Palace with me. Ji Biao quickly came in front of Yi Xian and pulled Yi Xian without hesitation. Her face was full of joy, as if she had found a peerless treasure. Let go. Yi Xian's face turned cold, and his eyes instantly became ruthless. A terrifying force burst out, and directly pushed Ji Biao a few steps away. This also made Ji Biao suddenly wake up from her excitement, and she knew that she was a little too excited. Yi Xian, don't misunderstand. It's a decree from the Heavenly Lord of my hall. If I receive news of you, I'll immediately report it. My hall's Heavenly Lord is even looking for you everywhere. Ji Biao quickly explained. Without Ji Biao's explanation, Yi Xian had already guessed this result. This also made him frown slightly. He still didn't know how to deal with the extreme love master. Tell me, what happened in the past 100,000 years? Yi Xian avoided the important matters and directly brought Ji Biao to a secluded valley. The two of them sat down cross-legged. Yi Xian also voiced the doubts in his heart. After all, he had disappeared for more than 100,000 years. He had no idea what the 10 strongest experts and 9 great astral masters had done. Very quickly, Ji Biao quickly explained what had happened over the past 100,000 years, allowing Yi Xian to gradually understand the whole story. At that time, the chaotic world could be said to be in chaos. The battle between the top 10 strongest directly affected the 5 regions of chaos. Just the aura that was released made the creatures in the chaotic world extremely fearful. No one knew what had happened, nor did they know who was fighting in the chaotic starry sky. Fortunately, the battle did not last long, and the entire chaotic world quieted down. However, it didn't take long for the top 10 strongest orthodoxies to pass down supreme decrees. These decrees had only one meaning, and that was to find Yi Xian. No matter who obtained information about Yi Xian, the top 10 strongest orthodoxies would reward them handsomely. Unfortunately, Yi Xian seemed to have evaporated into thin air. No one was able to find any news of him, but everything about him had been dug out. First of all, Yuan Ling and Luo Ho were found by the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace at the first possible moment and imprisoned within the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. The other strongest orthodoxies were one step slower. They could only look for Yi Xian's traces everywhere, but in the end, they found nothing. Then, a major event that shocked the chaotic world happened. The top 10 strongest experts passed down a decree again, and the Great Path Battle officially began. The so-called Great Path Battle, to put it bluntly, was to compete for the position of the strongest expert in the next Yuan Hui. According to the historical process, the Great Path Battle would officially begin when a Yuan Hui came to an end. However, only 200 million years had passed since the 10th Yuan Hui, and there was still a billion years before the 11th Yuan Hui. At this moment, the top 10 strongest experts announced the start of the Great Path Battle, which was 800 million years earlier than before. It was also because of the decree of the top 10 strongest experts that the entire chaotic world was completely filled with smoke. The disciples of the top orthodoxies came out one after another, and all of them wanted to become the strongest seated contestants. The chaotic war in the chaotic world, where the various orthodoxies competed, especially the younger generation, could be said to have caused complete chaos in the 5 regions of chaos. This was also the reason why Ji Biao was chased by the black-robed woman just now. It was because the battle between the two was supposed to be a life-and-death battle. Unfortunately, Ji Biao was no match for the woman, so she fled and met Yi Xian, which led to the incident just now. Great path battle. They're all looking for me. After listening to Ji Biao's narration, Yi Xian squinted his eyes slightly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps others did not understand why the top 10 strongest experts started the Great Path battle in advance, but to Yi Xian, it was very simple. The Eternal Shadow. Yes, it must be the Eternal Shadow. The top 10 strongest experts had suffered a setback and were no match for the Eternal Shadow at all. It was as if a shadow had shrouded them, so they wanted to start the Great Path battle in order to find him, because the top 10 strongest experts knew that he would definitely compete for the title of the strongest of all time in the next Yuan Hui. Moreover, as long as they found him, they would definitely find the Eternal Shadow. Moreover, even without the Eternal Shadow, he had so many secrets that the top 10 strongest experts would not let him go. However, Yi Xian was already prepared for this, otherwise he would not have returned to the chaotic world. As for how to face the top 10 strongest experts, he already had a way to deal with them. Yi Xian, quickly follow me back to the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. My Heavenly Lord will definitely be able to protect you. Ji Biao looked hopefully at Yi Xian. Are you stupid? Or am I stupid? Yi Xian sneered, patted Ji Biao's shoulder, and strode out of the forest. Hey, where are you going? Looking at Yi Xian leaving without any intention of returning to the Extreme Emotion Palace with her, Ji Biao suddenly became anxious, and chased after Yi Xian without caring about her injuries. Eternal blue sky, void travel. The power of time and space rolled in the firmament, Yi Xian strolled in the firmament, and Ji Biao stood beside Yi Xian with a gloomy face, like a little girl who had been wronged. Yi Xian, I warn you, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have stepped into the Yangxing realm. Now all the great sects and strongest orthodoxies are looking for you everywhere. If you don't return to the Extreme Emotion Palace with me, no one can protect you. Ji Biao said angrily. Shut up, do you know how annoying you are? Yi Xian scolded coldly. He did not pity Ji Biao at all because she was a peerless beauty, as if he was scolding his own servant girl. Why, don't go too far. Ji Biao was still a proud girl, so she was naturally unwilling to be scolded by Yi Xian like a servant girl, but there was a faint trace of fear in her eyes. She clearly remembered that Yi Xian's cultivation back then was not even as good as hers, but Yi Xian had cultivated to the Yangxing realm in such a short period of time. This was simply unbelievable to her, and it was even more shocking. After all, most of the strongest seeds were only at the extreme Yin realm, and there might be terrifying Yangxing realm geniuses hidden among them, but no one knew about them. So how did Yi Xian cultivate to the Yangxing realm in such a short period of time? Unfortunately, Ji Biao did not know that Yi Xian was not as simple as the Yangxing realm at the moment. His battle strength was definitely much more terrifying than the Yangxing realm. Hey, where are you going? Ji Biao said angrily when she saw that Yi Xian was ignoring her. Of course I'm going to the Myriad Spirit Palace to have a chat with the Myriad Spirit Palace Lord. Aren't all the strongest of eternity looking for me? Yi Xian's lips curled into a strange smile, but when Ji Biao saw it, she immediately shuddered. Why, are you crazy? After a few breaths, Ji Biao screamed in horror, looking at Yi Xian with an extremely shocked expression. Ji Biao only then realized that the two of them were heading in the direction of the Myriad Spirit Palace. Clearly, Yi Xian was not joking with her at all, and was really going to the Myriad Spirit Palace. Chapter 1338. The vast heavenly palace covered the sky and the sun. The patrolling divine generals flew through the sky. Streaks of spiritual light crisscrossed between heaven and earth. It made people feel great reverence when they looked at it from afar. This was the strongest orthodoxy in the world. This was the land of all spirits. This was the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace, where the ruler of the 10th epoch was located. In front of the heavenly gate, Yi Xian leisurely walked forward. Ji Baiyao nervously followed with a serious expression on her face. Along the way, she constantly tried to persuade Yi Xian, but even if she had to grind her mouth, Yi Xian still turned a deaf ear to her. "Who are you?" Boom! The two divine generals guarding the gate were furious. They blocked their path with weapons in their hands. Obviously, Yi Xian and Ji Baiyao were not from the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace. Naturally, they had to interrogate them. "Go and tell the Lord of all spirits that I, Yi Xian, have come to visit," Yi Xian said indifferently. "How dare you? How dare you call my lord by his name?" The two divine generals' expressions changed. It was because Yi Xian had addressed him too casually. Moreover, who was the Lord of all spirits? He was one of the strongest existences in history. How could a brat meet him just because he wanted to? How troublesome. Yi Xian lightly frowned. He didn't have the time to dawdle with the two guards. This also caused him to take a step forward. A terrifying ripple burst out from his surroundings, and the two guards turned into a bloody mist with a boom. They were already dead to the point where they couldn't be any more dead. You lunatic." This caused Ji Baiyao to be shocked and furious. One had to know that this was the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace. Not to mention the Lord of all spirits, if a random Dao seeking immortal realm existence were to appear, killing Yi Xian would be as easy as taking something from his pocket. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't respond to Ji Baiyao's nervous reprimand. Instead, he walked into the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace leisurely. He was extremely calm from beginning to end. Yi Xian wouldn't risk his life if he didn't have a certain level of confidence. Since he dared to come to the 10,000 spirit sky palace, he naturally had his own confidence. "Audacious! Who are you? How dare you kill someone from my 10,000 spirit heavenly palace?" Without waiting for Yi Xian to take a few steps, a thunderous roar sounded out. A divine judge charged over with a loud bang, accompanied by a giant palm in the sky. The terrifying might caused even the void to rumble and tremble. "You're courting death." Yi Xian didn't even look at who it was. His lips curled into a cold smile as he raised his palm and slapped towards the person. The ray of sky-burying rainbow light pierced through the void and instantly shattered the person's great technique. But this was not the end. The God Adjudicator let out a roar of terror because Yi Xian's attack had not diminished in the slightest and had already landed on him. Boom! Blood rained down from the sky as the God Adjudicator's body exploded. Yi Xian's casual attack was too terrifying. The God Adjudicator didn't even have the chance to resist. Even when he was dying, he didn't even have the time to scream before his soul was scattered between heaven and earth. What kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to die? Then I'll have to fulfill your wish, Yi Xian muttered contemptuously as he continued to walk forward. Killing people was as simple as eating and drinking to him. But Yi Xian's actions directly pierced through the sky. He had killed 3 people from the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace in a row and immediately attracted the attention of the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. Hundreds of figures instantly shot over from all directions and surrounded Yi Xian and Ji Biao in the center in an instant. "How dare you behave so atrociously in the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace?" An angry rebuke rang out as Dutian God official slowly walked out. The terrifying cultivation of the extreme Yin realm was fully unleashed. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely sharp and murderous gaze. "Go and tell the Master of all spirits that I, Yi Xian, am here." Facing the encirclement of hundreds of cultivators, Yi Xian wasn't afraid at all. He only indifferently looked at the heavenly divine official, his words filled with indifference. "Yi Xian." Dutian God official was shocked. Only then did he carefully examine Yi Xian's appearance. Sure enough, he found that he looked exactly the same as Yi Xian, one of the 10 most wanted people on the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. We've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. We haven't even found you yet, but you've delivered yourself to us. We'll take you down first and hand you over to the Master of all Spirits. Duqian God official smiled savagely as he looked at Yi Xian with an extremely excited gaze. As long as he could capture Yi Xian, it would be a great achievement and he would definitely be rewarded by the Master of all Spirits. How could he not be excited? Kid, come over here. Duqian God official was so excited that he suddenly stretched out his 5 fingers toward Yi Xian. His extreme Yin realm cultivation erupted as if he could already foresee that Yi Xian would be suppressed by him. You're really ignorant. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He could not understand one thing. Why were there so many ignorant people in the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace? Why did they have to seek their own deaths? Bang! One punch, just one punch. Yi Xian punched out. The heaven-burying fist radiance lit up the entire world and penetrated Duqian God official's chest. Fresh blood splattered on the ground, accompanied by Duqian God official's shrill screams. You're really an ignorant piece of trash. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head as he slowly walked past Duqian Divine Priest. An extremely terrifying thing happened as well. There was already a large hole in Duqian Divine Priest's chest, but at this moment, his body gradually melted until it turned into a bloody skeleton that scattered to the ground with crackling sounds. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. When this scene appeared, the faces of the hundreds of cultivators surrounding Yi Xian turned deathly pale. Everyone unconsciously retreated as they looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with fear. No one saw how Duqian God official died. They only saw a flash of light, and then Duqian God official was defeated and turned into a skeleton. The wind was calm and the clouds were not stained by dust. Yi Xian strolled forward, and Ji Biao followed behind him numbly. She seemed to have become numb to Yi Xian's crazy killing. The hundreds of cultivators surrounding the two of them kept retreating with Yi Xian's footsteps. But at this moment, a spiritual light streaked across the sky and suddenly blocked Yi Xian's path. Little Jiu. The person who came was dressed in purple. She looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. She opened her mouth slightly, and if one listened carefully, one would notice that her voice was trembling. Purple Spirit. The maid beside Master of all Spirits. She was also a foolish woman who had once been used by Yi Xian. Purple Spirit's appearance surprised Yi Xian, but it was only a surprise. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Purple Spirit indifferently. I was never Little Jiu. Back then, I was just hiding my identity. Why did you use me? Purple Spirit's expression was complicated, and her hands were slightly clenched. It's not about using or not. If you think I was using you, then I was using you. Yi Xian didn't want to be too entangled with Purple Spirit. This woman had helped him a lot in the past, but the two of them couldn't be friends. Yi Xian understood this very well. Chapter 1339. Why did you lie to me? Violet Spirit suddenly blurted out. She had bitten her lips so hard that they bled. Her entire body was trembling. She wanted to control her emotions and calm herself down, but she found that she couldn't do it. Because you're a silly woman. You believe everything I say. If I didn't lie to you, how could I hide in the 10,000 Spirit Palace? Women were very troublesome creatures. Yi Xian hated dealing with women. Although he knew that he had wronged this silly woman, the best solution was to cut the Gordian knot. If he kept pestering her, he would only find trouble for himself. I'll kill you. Boom. Violet Spirit roared in anger. Her cultivation of the extreme Yin realm suddenly erupted. Violet Spirit clear water sword appeared in her hand. Suddenly, Tongtian's sword radiance shot towards Yi Xian. If it was in the past, Yi Xian would have turned around and left without saying a word in the face of Violet Spirit's furious sword strike. But now that his cultivation had stepped into the Yang Birth realm, his combat strength was even more terrifying and monstrous. He didn't dare to say that he could sweep through the entire younger generation, but there weren't many people who were his match. Clang! Clang! With a flick of his finger, Yi Xian lightly flicked his finger onto the sword. As the sword hummed and trembled, Violet Spirit was sent flying along with her sword. Fortunately, Yi Xian had shown mercy. He didn't intend to take Violet Spirit's life. He only sent her flying. You're no match for me. Take me to the Lord of 10,000 Spirit Palace. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His words were indifferent. I'll kill you, you bastard. Once Violet Spirit was defeated, her face was filled with extreme shame and anger. She once again raised her sword and charged towards Yi Xian. Sword lights filled the sky as they howled in all directions. The extreme yin qi that exploded in the air crazily scurried about. Clang! A pair of jade fingers gently clamped the sword. No matter how powerful Violet Spirit's cultivation was, the spiritual sword in her hand couldn't move an inch. I've already said that you're no match for me. If you continue to pester me, then don't blame me for being ruthless, Yi Xian said coldly. Damn it, you heartless bastard. In the face of Yi Xian's words, Violet Spirit cried out in shame and anger. She had never imagined that in such a short period of time, Yi Xian, who had once needed her protection, would now completely surpass her. She was actually unable to do anything to Yi Xian. You're really troublesome. Yi Xian frowned, perhaps because he remembered Violet Spirit's affection for him back then. He casually cast a star rune grand art, drawing a grand sealing array, and slammed it down on Violet Spirit, fixing her in place. Go! Yi Xian called out to Ji Bai Yao indifferently and walked into the depths of the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace again. He didn't even look at Violet Spirit from beginning to end. Little Nine, it's not too late for you to leave now. If you continue to cause trouble, you really won't be able to leave. Yi Xian was startled by Violet Spirit's voice transmission, but he didn't turn around. He could only sigh inwardly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was feeling complicated, a charming laughter rang out. A pink figure quietly blocked Yi Xian's path, and a pair of extremely charming eyes focused on Yi Xian. However, although this gaze was extremely charming, the eyes that looked at Yi Xian contained extreme hatred, as if they wanted to skin Yi Xian alive. Yi Xian raised his eyes to look at the person who came over. He saw a peerless beauty wearing a pink palace dress staring at him. It wasn't that this woman's appearance stunned Yi Xian, but because he felt like he had seen this woman somewhere before, but he couldn't remember who she was. Little Nine, do you still remember me? The stunning woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. You are. Yi Xian felt more and more familiar with this woman, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Ha ha ha. The woman covered her mouth and giggled, saying, Little Nine, you're really forgetful. When I was poisoned by your 10,000 poison powder, I was almost beaten to death by you. I didn't expect you to forget about me so quickly. 10,000 poison powder. Yi Xian murmured, and then carefully stared at this woman's appearance. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. You're that dead enchantress Ji Yin-yang? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Ha ha ha. Ji Yin-yang covered his mouth and laughed, but his eyes were extremely sinister and full of murderous intent. Looks like Little Nine still remembers me. Fortunately, I left behind a strand of my yang soul to escape, and even obtained a great opportunity. After going through countless difficulties and dangers, I was finally able to cultivate a human body, and even stepped into the Yang Birth realm. Day and night, I thought about flaying your skin and breaking your bones. Today, we finally meet again. Ji Yin-yang spat out venomously. Chaotic Yin-yang body. This was a rare body that was both yin and yang. It didn't have any power in other realms, but once one entered the yin-yang realm, the chaotic yin-yang body would erupt with terrifying potential. Back then, Ji Yin-yang had escaped with only a wisp of his yang soul. His soul had almost been scattered between heaven and earth. Fortunately, he had encountered a great opportunity, which allowed him to return to the peak and step into the yin realm. After entering the yin realm, Ji Yin-yang's chaotic yin-yang body erupted with peerless potential and entered the Yangxing realm in a short time. However, Yi Xian severely injured him and destroyed his yin soul. He could only choose to transform into a woman to make up for the yin-yang combination. The chaotic yin-yang body was neither male nor female. Only in the yin-yang realm could one choose to transform into a man or a woman. According to Ji Yin-yang's cultivation path, he naturally had to transform into a man. However, his yin soul was damaged and he could only transform into a woman to ensure his cultivation. This made him hate Yi Xian to the core. Tisk, tsk, tsk. When Yi Xian knew Ji Yin-yang's identity, he was also surprised and said, "You are indeed a beauty after transforming into a woman. I wonder which young master will be lucky enough to marry you in the future. You must be looking forward to the taste of a man's love, right?" Yi Xian's words couldn't be said to not be vicious. Ji Yin-yang's originally fake smile had turned sinister. His transformation into a woman was his greatest pain. At this moment, when he heard Yi Xian's mocking, malicious words, he was already in a berserk state. "Little Nine, if I don't crush your bones and scatter your ashes, I won't be able to vent my hatred." Boom! Chaotic yin and yang, heaven and earth as one. Ji Yin-yang, who had entered the Yangxing realm, was undoubtedly very terrifying. The yin and yang integration attack was brewing and then turned into a yin-yang sky-flipping vase that rushed towards Yi Xian. Interesting. Yi Xian's face was expressionless, but his heart was deeply moved. Ji Yin-yang was indeed a peerless genius. His chaotic yin-yang body was indeed terrifying. Even Yi Xian became serious about this attack. However, he was only serious. It was not enough to make Yi Xian take him seriously. Chapter 1340. The yin-yang treasured vase was as heavy as the heavens. It shattered the void in all directions and shot towards Yi Xian with the power of yin and yang. This was Ji Yin-yang's great technique, and he wanted to kill Yi Xian on the spot. Ji Yin-yang could not be said to be weak. In fact, he was very powerful and could be considered outstanding among those in the same realm. This was because the chaotic yin-yang combat body was the most terrifying in the yin and yang realms. In other words, even if Ji Yin-yang faced an ultimate seed, he would be invincible with his current cultivation. There were not many in the same realm who could truly defeat him. Unfortunately, he met Yi Xian today, a Yi Xian whose battle strength had soared to the extreme. One finger. Qi. Yi Xian only pointed out a single finger. This finger seemed to be able to sever the heavens, and this finger seemed to be able to destroy the past and present. The heaven-burying divine finger shattered the yin-yang treasure bottle and shot towards Ji Yin-yang without reducing its might. Qi. The void within 80,000 miles was instantly torn apart. The vision of heavenly fire spread across the sky. Yi Xian's finger was too terrifying. Ji Yin-yang's face instantly turned gloomy. The yin-yang divine light erupted from his body as he punched forward with both fists. Bang! The heavens exploded, and the mountains and rivers were overturned. The power that erupted from the two of them shook the world violently. Ji Yin-yang, who had stepped into the yang birth realm, was indeed terrifying. He actually blocked Yi Xian's overbearing attack. "I'll take your life." Ji Yin-yang roared. His yin and yang qi rose to the extreme. He did not believe that he was not a match for Yi Xian even with his yin and yang fusion. He was determined to kill Yi Xian on the spot. "If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Ji Yin-yang with an extremely calm gaze. At this moment, Yi Xian was fearless, even in the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. He didn't dare to say that he could fight against major figures above the Yang Birth realm, but he believed that he was invincible in the same realm. To put it in a somewhat arrogant manner, even if a half-step Dao querying cultivator was here, with his battle prowess, he would not fear them, let alone Ji Yin-yang. You will pay the price for your arrogance, and the only price for that is death. Ji Yin-yang was enraged. He was already chanting something. The world around him gradually darkened. Wisps of fiery smoke seeped out of his body. An extremely terrifying wave of energy was faintly released. Obviously, Ji Yin-yang was preparing an extremely terrifying technique. Perhaps it could also be called his trump card. Stop! Just as a great battle was about to erupt, an ancient voice rang out, and a heaven-shattering pressure crushed down, instantly dispersing the grand art Ji Yin-yang had prepared. Greetings, Elder Yun. A stooped old man slowly walked over. He did not release any aura, as if he was just an old man. However, his appearance caused the expressions of everyone in the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace to change. They all bowed in greeting. Even Ji Yin-yang and Violet Spirit were no exception. The Heaven Master has decreed that he summons Yi Xian to the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace, Elder Yun said indifferently. His eyes were dull and lifeless as he sized up Yi Xian. He did not even glance at the others. Elder Yun, this person dares to barge into my 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. He even has a death feud with me. Ji Yin-yang's face grew anxious. Noisy! Elder Yun suddenly roared. He flung out his sleeve, and Ji Yin-yang was instantly sent flying. He did not even have the strength to resist. This is the Heaven Master's decree. How dare you speak so much? Elder Yun said coldly. Forgive me, Elder Yun. This disciple dares not. Ji Yin-yang's mouth was bleeding. He hurriedly bowed. However, the hatred in his eyes was almost tangible. He could only endure it. Just you wait. Just you wait. When I, Ji Yin-yang, step into the path-seeking undying realm, I will kill all these bastards who once bullied me. Ji Yin-yang roared madly in his heart. At this moment, not only did he hate Yi Xian, but he also hated Elder Yun. However, he was still young. His cultivation base could not be compared to this old man. Yi Xian, the Heaven Master is waiting for you in the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. Follow me. Elder Yun called out to Yi Xian and strode towards the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. Yi Xian smiled and slowly followed Elder Yun. He looked extremely calm. Wait for me. Ji Baiyao frowned and quickly followed Yi Xian. Only Violet Spirit, Ji Yin-yang, and the others were left behind. Each of them was feeling complicated. 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. It had existed since ancient times and was majestic. It looked like an ordinary palace. However, the great Tao laws that permeated the palace made one feel reverence. It was as though there was a supreme existence in this ancient palace. No one dared to have any thoughts of blasphemy. Yi Xian, go in. Rumble. The door of the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace opened with a rumble. The light of 10,000 spirit faintly seeped out. One could faintly see that in the depths of the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. That pair of deep eyes was looking at Yi Xian. Many thanks. Yi Xian smiled and strode into the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. Ji Baiyao's expression changed. She quickly followed behind Yi Xian. Little girl, the Heaven Master only wants to see him. You can wait outside. Elder Yun pointed a finger at Ji Baiyao and froze her in place. He lowered his head and waited calmly outside. Inside the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace, Yi Xian slowly walked towards the figure in front of him. There was a smile on his face the entire time. Even though the figure in front of him exuded a supreme aura that gave him an extremely terrifying pressure, it was unable to disturb Yi Xian's mental state in the slightest. You are very courageous. You actually appeared before me of your own accord. Moreover, you are so daring as to kill the people of my 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. The Lord of all Spirits' light dissipated. He slowly turned around to look at Yi Xian. He did not release any supreme aura. It was as if he was talking to an old friend. I only killed a few of your people. I believe that to you, these people are just a few ants, Yi Xian said indifferently. His attitude was neither haughty nor humble. That's right. A few ants. If you killed them, then so be it. I am very happy that you have come to see me. The Lord of all Spirits nodded. You are the one who has achieved Tao. Naturally, I have to come and see you. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable to be stared at by you every day, Yi Xian said calmly. That's why I said that you are very courageous. The 10 supreme experts are all looking for you, but you dare to appear before me. Are you not afraid that I will kill you here? The Lord of all Spirits said coldly. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian laughed. His laugh was very casual and very presumptuous. It was as if he was not afraid of the Lord of all Spirits' anger at all. Yi Ling Tian, since I dared to come and see you, I naturally think that you will not kill me, Yi Xian said firmly. You dare to call me by my name? Boom! The light of all spirits rippled out, and the void distorted. The pressure of the ancient heavens fell on Yi Xian. It was as if Yi Xian would be killed on the spot at any time. Chapter 1341. Yi Ling Tian, not only do I believe that you won't kill me, but I'm also certain that you'll protect me in the future. Save your energy for now. Do you think that threatening me is of any use? Yi Xian said coldly. Boom! The Lord of all Spirits narrowed his eyes. His aura instantly dispersed, and he calmed down once more. It was as if he was turning a blind eye to Yi Xian calling him by his name. If an outsider were to see this scene, their jaws would probably fall off in shock. After all, how could one directly call out the name of an eternal powerhouse? This was disrespectful to them. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. How could they still have a proper conversation with an eternal powerhouse? Speak. Where is the forbidden person? What's your relationship with him? The Lord of all Spirits' eyes were cold. He had been observing Yi Xian the entire time, and he had even used his senses to sense the entire 10,000 Spirit Palace, wanting to find traces of the ancient shadow. Fear to the extreme. Although Yi Xian's appearance delighted the Lord of all Spirits, he was more afraid. Naturally, he was not afraid of Yi Xian, but of the forbidden person that even the 10 eternal powerhouses could not defeat. Back then, Yi Xian had been taken away by this forbidden person, but now, Yi Xian was standing in front of him in perfect condition. The Lord of all Spirits did not believe that Yi Xian had nothing to do with this forbidden person. Looking at the Lord of all Spirits' cold face, Yi Xian's expression did not change, but he was secretly relieved. He knew that his guess had come true. This was Yi Xian's strategy. It was also why he dared to come to the 10,000 Spirit Palace alone to see Yi Xian. As long as the ancient shadow was still in this world, the 10 eternal powerhouses would have to fear him. He could borrow the ancient shadow's power to survive in the cracks. Borrowing the power of others was also a method of survival. Yi Xian had used it many times before. When he wasn't strong enough to compete with the strongest of the ancient times, he had to borrow the power of others to protect himself. Then, he had to increase his cultivation speed and catch up to the strongest of the ancient times. Clearly, Yi Xian's first step had succeeded. The Lord of all spirits was afraid of the ancient shadow's existence, which was why he had the opportunity to talk to Yi Xian. He told me to tell you that the chaotic universe is very, very big. The so-called eternal powerhouses are just chess pieces, and I am the key to this game. Yi Xian did not say too much. He did not mention that the ancient shadow would come to seek justice for him if the 10 eternal powerhouses attacked. It was because such words were far too childish. Only ambiguous words could cause these utmost powerful beings to feel fear, allowing him to survive in the face of the utmost powerful beings' threats. Sure enough, the Lord of all spirits held his breath. He took a deep look at Yi Xian before gradually calming down. However, only the Lord of all spirits knew what he was thinking. Then you didn't come to me just because this forbidden character asked you to pass on his message, did you? The Lord of all spirits said in a deep voice. Of course not. I just want to reach an agreement with you, Yi Xian said calmly. What agreement? Do you have the right to negotiate with me? The Lord of all spirits sneered. Yi Xian was not angered by the Lord of all spirits' disdain. Instead, he said calmly, I may not have the right to negotiate with you now, but I should have the right in the future, right? You. The expression of the Lord of all spirits abruptly changed as his eyes instantly turned ice cold. This was because when Yi Xian mentioned the word future, it had already touched his greatest weakness. I once heard the Lord of Time and Space say that on the day you had yet to achieve your Tao, someone defeated you. This is also the shame of your life, Yi Xian said. What are you trying to say? The Lord of all spirits was like a frozen river. The temperature of the entire celestial palace of all spirits plummeted. Clearly, his emotions had been ignited by Yi Xian. This was because the Lord of all spirits had never been defeated in his life. Only when he was about to achieve his Tao did he lose to that person. This was his greatest shame, and it had always been a sore point in his heart. You want to wipe away your shame and fight him, but he's not a person of this space-time. He's a person born of an illusory space-time from the future. You won't be able to see him for the rest of your life. And the agreement between us is very simple. In the future, I will fight you and give you a chance to wipe away your shame. However, before I become a supreme expert, I need you to protect me and help me resist the murderous intentions of other supreme experts, Yi Xian said in a low voice. Ha ha ha. The Lord of all spirits laughed aloud. However, his laughter was very, very cold. He then gloomily looked at Yi Xian and said, what a good plan. What a good plan. According to what you said, not only can I not attack you, but I also have to protect you and even make an enemy out of other supreme experts. Although the Lord of all spirits' emotions had been ignited by Yi Xian, he was no fool. With just a little thought, he saw through Yi Xian's scheme. That's right. If you think so, that's fine too. Yi Xian very generously admitted it. This was his plan. Why should I help you? The Lord of all spirits sneered. Why should I? Yi Xian smiled and leisurely paced around the celestial palace of all spirits. After a dozen breaths of time, Yi Xian looked back at the Lord of all spirits. It's very simple. Because if I die, you won't be able to wash away the shame of your defeat back then. Even if I survive, if I fall into the hands of other supreme experts, you will lose the chance to open the gate of reincarnation. Are these 2 reasons enough? Yi Xian said indifferently. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire celestial palace of all spirits fell silent. Even the surrounding spiritual light quietly dissipated. Interesting. Very interesting. Suddenly, the Lord of all spirits broke the silence and gradually calmed down. Yi Xian, you're very smart. Even if I know that this is your scheme, I don't think I have any reason to refuse, the Lord of all spirits said. I've always believed in one sentence. Everyone has a weakness. Even if you're an ancient supreme expert, you can't escape from the category of being human, Yi Xian said calmly. All right, I agree to your conditions. If any supreme expert attacks you, I won't sit back and do nothing. But you must remember our agreement. When you transform into a supreme expert, you and I will fight to the death. And when the 12 months come to an end, you must also help me open the gate of reincarnation, the Lord of all spirits said in a deep voice. All right, let's make an oath. Yi Xian stretched out his palm and looked at the Lord of all spirits. The Lord of all spirits also stretched out his palm. The two of them clapped and reached an agreement. This is my jade tablet. As long as you say my name, even if we're millions of miles apart, I'll appear before you. The Lord of all spirits took out a jade tablet and casually tossed it to Yi Xian. He then continued, but I must remind you that I'll only appear if the supreme experts plot against you. As for those ants below the supreme level, I won't care if you die at their hands. This only means that you don't have any potential and won't be a match for me in the future. Moreover, the supreme orthodoxy I've created will still have supreme seeds fighting against you. If you're killed by them, that's your fate. Of course. Yi Xian received the jade token, and the corner of his mouth curled into a strange smile. You may leave now, the Lord of all spirits said. Farewell. Yi Xian didn't waste any time and turned to leave the palace. Looking at Yi Xian's departing figure, the Lord of all spirits' eyes deepened and he let out a long sigh. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 1342. Outside the myriad spirit heavenly palace. Ji Biao was anxiously waiting. She was deeply afraid that Yi Xian would be suppressed by the Lord of all spirits. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to return to the extreme emotion heavenly palace and inform the extreme emotion lord of Yi Xian's situation. Only the extreme emotion lord, who was also a supreme of all eternity, could rescue Yi Xian from the myriad spirit heavenly palace. Ji Biao secretly hated Yi Xian's recklessness and arrogance. He clearly knew that the myriad spirit heavenly palace was filled with danger, and there was even the myriad spirit heavenly lord presiding over it. Yet, he actually courted death by coming here. Wasn't it better to be alive? Ta. As Ji Biao waited anxiously, Yi Xian slowly walked out of the myriad spirit heavenly palace with a smile on his face. This caused Ji Biao to let out a long sigh of relief. She quickly walked over to Yi Xian. Are you alright? Ji Biao looked at Yi Xian with slight worry. She was deeply afraid that the Lord of all spirits had done something to Yi Xian. It's fine. Yi Xian is a pretty good person. As expected of the current era's Tao enlightened one. At this moment, Yi Xian was in a very good mood. He even praised the Lord of all spirits. To the side, Elder Yun's expression changed. A trace of killing intent quietly flashed through his eyes. This was all because Yi Xian had the audacity to directly call out the Lord of all spirits' name. What shocked Elder Yun even more was that Yi Xian had actually walked out of the myriad spirit heavenly palace unscathed. He remembered that the Lord of all spirits wanted to suppress Yi Xian in the heavenly palace. How could he possibly let him out? Let's go. Yi Xian called out to Ji Biao and strode into the distance. Clearly, he wanted to leave the myriad spirit heavenly palace. Boom! Yun Shan instantly blocked Yi Xian's path. But before he could do anything, the Lord of all spirits' voice quietly rang out. Let him go. Yes, Heavenly Master. Elder Yun was shocked and instantly opened up a path. However, his gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with extreme shock. He didn't know what Yi Xian had said to the Lord of all spirits, but it actually caused the Lord of all spirits to faintly want to protect him. Everyone below the utmost powerful being was nothing more than an ant. Elder Yun understood this logic well. Even if it were a sempiternal state being, they were nothing more than ants in the face of utmost powerful beings. As for those who could catch the attention of the strongest of all time, they were all seeds with the potential to become the strongest. When he thought of this possibility, Elder Yun was horrified, and his heart was fiercely touched. A wisp of fear even flashed past his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian's departing figure. "Are you really okay?" Yi Xian was strolling through the void. Ji Biao looked at Yi Xian worriedly. "Of course I'm fine. He's the lord of all spirits, not a ferocious beast that eats humans. What could happen to me?" Yi Xian smiled faintly. "You scared me to death. Do you know that I almost thought that you wouldn't be able to get out? If you were really imprisoned by the Lord of all spirits, I was planning to escape this place and invite my heavenly master," Ji Biao said with slight anger. "It's fine. He won't find trouble with me in the future," Yi Xian muttered as a strange look flashed across his eyes. In fact, Yi Xian looked very calm on the surface, but in fact, he was just pretending to be calm. When he walked out of the heavenly palace of all spirits, his body was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Finally, his hanging heart was relieved. The strongest of all time. This wasn't just a saying. Even if Yi Xian had the courage and determination to face the strongest of all time, the pressure brought to him by the strongest of all time was enough to make him breathless. Fortunately, whether it was putting on an act or pretending to be calm, Yi Xian had finally solved the problem of the Lord of all spirits. His first step was successful. Next, he would continue to act according to his plan until he completely dealt with the strongest of all time. Stop. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian and Violet Spirit were about to walk out of the heavenly palace of all spirits, two streaks of light shot over. It was Ji Yin-yang and Violet Spirit. "Little Nine, you're leaving just like that?" Ji Yin-yang had been staring at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian walk out of the heavenly palace of all spirits, he was naturally shocked. He even blocked Yi Xian's path before he could leave. "Indeed, I shouldn't leave just like that. It's fine to kill a damn transvestite like you on the way." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots, the weeds will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Although he didn't take Ji Yin-yang seriously, Yi Xian didn't want to see him secretly stab himself in the back one day. Buzz. A wisp of dark mist quietly condensed in Yi Xian's palm. Cold killing intent also flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. However, just as Yi Xian was about to attack, Elder Yun arrived in a flash and blocked the two of them. "Yi Xian, since the Heavenly Master has allowed you to leave, my heavenly palace of all spirits will not make things difficult for you. You may leave," said Elder Yun. "I have to say, your luck is really good." The dark mist in Yi Xian's palm dissipated. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer as he strode out of the heavenly palace of all spirits. Ji Yin-yang's heart was about to explode in anger when faced with Yi Xian's contempt and mockery. This was exactly what he wanted to say to Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, even if the Heavenly Master doesn't kill you, you will definitely die at my hands. I will let you know that I, Ji Yin-yang, am not so easy to humiliate." Looking at Yi Xian's departing figure, Ji Yin-yang roared ferociously. Killing intent continuously overflowed from his body. Unfortunately, Yi Xian treated him like air and left the heavenly palace of all spirits with Ji Biao. He didn't respond to Ji Yin-yang at all. In the boundless sky, clouds filled the sky. Two figures were anxiously waiting outside the heavenly palace of all spirits. When Yi Xian walked out of the heavenly palace of all spirits, the two figures were overjoyed and immediately went to greet Yi Xian. "Yi Daoyu. 2. Yi Xian." These two people were Luo Ho and Yuan Ling, who were imprisoned in the heavenly palace of all spirits. When Yi Xian and the Lord of all spirits finished their conversation, the Lord of all spirits had no need to imprison them and directly sent them out. This could be considered a favor to Yi Xian. The Lord of all spirits was a personal hero. This was something that even Yi Xian had to admit. The deal between the two of them didn't need to be said. There was a benefit to dealing with smart people. There were some things that didn't need to be said too clearly. Smart people knew what to do. The Lord of all spirits was a smart person, and Yi Xian was a smart person as well. Therefore, everything went smoothly. I've made you suffer. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. He then solemnly bowed to Yuanling and said, "Greetings, Master." Seeing Yi Xian bow to him, Yuanling's face flushed red. For the first time, he appeared to be at a loss. He shook his head bitterly and said, "Although I've benefited you, you've already repaid me. Besides, with your current cultivation, I'm not worthy of being your master. Without you, there would be no me. This bow is something that I ought to do." Yi Xian still bowed, not showing any neglect because of Yuanling's current cultivation. "Good, good, good." Yuanling nodded repeatedly, a touch of warmth appearing in his heart. He didn't have many achievements in his life, but his only achievement was raising Yi Xian. This was enough to make him feel proud. Chapter 1343. At this moment, Ji Baiyao looked at Yuanling and Yi Xian in surprise. Yuanling's cultivation was clearly only that of a great sage. Perhaps it could be considered okay in the chaotic world, and could even be called a king in a random place. However, for these supreme orthodoxies, Yuanling's cultivation was too weak. But such a weak person was Yi Xian's master, which made Ji Biao feel incredulous. But Ji Biao was smart enough not to ask. After all, Yi Xian was full of mysteries, otherwise how could he attract the attention of so many supreme experts of all ages? "Yi Dao Yu, now that all the orthodoxies are looking for you, why don't we find a secluded place to cultivate peacefully? When you step into the immortal realm, you can compete for the next supreme expert of all ages in the next Yuan Hui. What do you think?" Luoho said in a deep voice. Luoho was a calculative person. He could feel that Yi Xian was in danger, and the only right choice was to endure and cultivate for the time being. Some things can't be avoided, and we have to face them sooner or later. Besides, it's impossible for me to step into the immortal realm blindly by cultivating in seclusion. Only in this era of great competition, with these so-called supreme seeds and these ancient sect masters, can my cultivation improve rapidly until I catch up with these supreme experts of all ages. Yi Xian shook his head and refused firmly. But Yi Xian didn't say something. His original intention was not to compete for the next supreme expert of all ages in the next Yuan Hui, because that time was too long. There was still 1,000,000,000 years to go, and Yi Xian couldn't wait that long. Yi Xian's ambition was so great that it was extremely terrifying. He wanted to become the supreme expert of all ages in the 10th Yuan Hui, or even surpass the supreme expert of all ages, and become the existence of the eternal shadow. This was an extremely difficult path, and it was even more of a fantasy. However, Yi Xian believed that he would definitely be able to achieve it, because the eternal shadow was an example. So what if he was the supreme expert of all ages? 10 supreme experts and 9 great star masters joined forces, but they were still at a disadvantage against the eternal shadow. If it weren't for the chaotic sanction, the 10 supreme experts and 9 great star masters would have suffered a great calamity. After witnessing the invincible demeanor of the eternal shadow, Yi Xian's ambition grew rapidly, because he was not a person who was willing to fall behind. And according to Aeon's shadow, he wasn't the only one of his kind. He knew of 2 others, and the chaos verse was vast. There were still many terrifying taboos hidden in the shadows that had yet to reveal themselves. Just those 2 alone weren't much weaker than Aeon's shadow. Therefore, Yi Xian's goal was to become the supreme expert of the eternal shadow. His ambition was to be at the same level as the eternal shadow, so that he could truly be fearless of all enemies of all worlds, and live in the real world truly in the world. There were still 1,000,000,000 years before the 10th period ended, and there were still 2 periods before the 12th period began. This seemed like a very long period of time, but if he wanted to reach the level of the eternal shadow, this amount of time might not be enough. Therefore, Yi Xian's first step was to achieve Dao in the 10th period and become a true supreme expert of all ages. This was his ambition, and also his true plan. However, it was still too early to talk about this. He was only at the young life realm, so he could only quickly seize all sorts of opportunities and furiously raise his cultivation. Only then would he be able to achieve his ambitions. Disciple, the undying Heaven Lord knows everything about you. He won't let you go, Yuan Ling said worriedly. He felt an indescribable reverence and fear for the undying Heaven Lord. The undying Heaven Lord? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he murmured, a cold light flashing through his eyes. I have my own ways to deal with him, Yi Xian murmured as a sinister light flickered in his eyes. Master, fellow Luoho, you two go to the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace with Ji Baiyao first. I'm sure the Extreme Emotion Lord will protect the two of you for my sake. This will allow you to cultivate in the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace with peace of mind. Yi Xian pondered for a while before finally making a decision. Among the supreme experts of all ages, Yi Xian only trusted two people. One was the Spacetime Lord, and the other was the Extreme Emotion Lord. This was because he had a great affinity with both of them. Only by entrusting the two of them to the Extreme Emotion Lord would Yi Xian have nothing to worry about. Then where are you going? Luoho's expression changed slightly. No, you have to return to the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace with me, Ji Baiyao said with dissatisfaction. Disciple, you. Yuan Ling wanted to say something but stopped. I naturally have a place I need to go because I haven't solved my troubles yet. When I'm done, I'll naturally go see the Extreme Emotion Lord, Yi Xian said. But, before Ji Baiyao could continue, Yi Xian interrupted her, no buts. Go back and tell the Extreme Emotion Lord that when I'm done with everything, I'll naturally go see her. Yi Xian took a step forward and the spacetime power erupted. He disappeared before their eyes, not allowing them to dissuade him. Damn it! Ji Baiyao stomped her feet, but she could only sigh helplessly. Now, she could only follow Yi Xian's instructions and take Luoho and Yuan Ling back to the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace to wait for Yi Xian's return. Chi! With the support of the spacetime power, Yi Xian's speed was terrifying to the extreme. No one could catch a trace of him. Yi Xian went on the road alone again. In order to solve the problem of the Lord of all spirits, he still had two things to do. As long as these two things were done, he wouldn't have to worry about the threat of the strongest in history. He wouldn't have to be afraid of the undying Heaven Lord spying on him. Yi Xian's destination was the Devouring Heaven Demon Palace. Because his target was the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, who dominated the world and ignored all the strongest in history. As the strongest, the undying Heaven Lord didn't place anyone in his eyes. Similarly, the heaven-devouring demon lord also had this kind of temperament. This naturally caused Yi Xian to have thoughts in his heart. As long as he could deal with the heaven-devouring demon lord, he would be able to survive between the cracks of the 10 strongest. Devouring Heaven Demon Palace. The world was dark and filled with demonic aura. An ancient demonic mountain stood between the heavens and the earth, and the ancient and quiet palace stood on the peak of the mountain. This was the land of devouring, the graveyard of all things, and also the slaughterhouse of 10,000 spirits. The Devouring Heaven Demon Palace wasn't good for killing, but everything they did was related to killing. This was because the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord had massacred the primal chaos in his era, creating a world-shaking and bloody era. The Devouring Heaven demonic art shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. This was an extremely terrifying technique that could strengthen one's body by devouring all living things. It was said that there was nothing it couldn't devour. Wherever the Devouring Heaven Demon Palace passed by, all living things would cease to exist. In the era of the Devouring Heaven Demon Lord, all living things in the primal chaos would tremble in fear, deeply afraid of becoming food for the Devouring Heaven Demon Palace. Chapter 1344. Unmoving like the heavens, the devil devours the heavens and the earth. Everything is silent, only I can devour the heavens. The eternal demon mountain had existed since time immemorial. In the area where the heaven-devouring demonic hall was located, no living beings could be seen. At most, one could see a few figures walking out of the heaven-devouring demonic hall from time to time before disappearing from the area. Everyone knew how terrifying the heaven-devouring demonic hall was. Anyone who interacted with the heaven-devouring demonic hall would definitely not have a good ending. When Yi Xian arrived at the place alone, countless fierce eyes instantly focused on him. Even the heavens and earth seemed to have become slightly oppressive. The demon lord invites you in. There was no nonsense, nor did he make things difficult for Yi Xian. It was as if the demon lord had already anticipated his arrival. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Lead the way. Yi Xian did not find it strange that the heaven-devouring demon lord knew of his arrival. After all, the 10 supreme experts were all looking for him. He had also just gone to the myriad spirit heavenly palace. His whereabouts were probably already known to the other supreme experts. The ghostly figure glanced at Yi Xian's calmness. Clearly, he was very curious about Yi Xian. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he led the way for Yi Xian. Soon, under the guidance of this person, Yi Xian arrived at the Eternal Demon Hall without any obstructions. It could be said that the journey was more daunting than dangerous. Although the heaven-devouring demonic hall did not look big, with only this ancient demonic mountain, Yi Xian could feel countless pairs of eyes on him along the way. Occasionally, he could even feel a trace of brutal killing intent flashing past his body. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. Yi Xian had been to various supreme orthodoxies before. Each of them had their own distinct characteristics. However, if he were to give his own feelings, Yi Xian was most afraid of the heaven-devouring demonic hall. The temporal temple was detached from worldly affairs, as if it was unwilling to be tainted by the mundane world. Although the undying heavenly palace was a hurried glance, it could still be considered normal. There were some terrifying characters hidden within. As for the current 10,000 spirit heavenly palace, it could be said to be flourishing with each passing day. Although it held great enmity towards Yi Xian, it did not pose much pressure to him. Only the heaven-devouring demonic palace seemed uninhabited, but it was filled with danger. It was as if a terrifying monster would appear at any time to devour him alive. At this moment, Yi Xian had the most intuitive feeling. Although the heaven-devouring devil hall seemed to be sparsely populated, every single member of the heaven-devouring devil hall was probably extremely terrifying. Furthermore, they were ranked in the top 5 among the 10 great orthodoxies. Although the heaven-devouring demon lord achieved his Tao in the 7th Aeon, it didn't mean that he was weaker than the previous few strongest. In fact, he might have surpassed many of them. Rumble. The stone door of the heaven-devouring demonic palace rumbled open, and an ancient aura rushed out. A deep voice also sounded from within the palace. Yi Xian, come in. I've been waiting for you for a long time. This was the voice of the heaven-devouring demon lord. He did not display any supreme might, nor did he pretend to be mysterious. It was as if he was an ordinary person talking to Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and strode into the heaven-devouring demonic palace. As the stone door rumbled and closed, Yi Xian also disappeared completely from the heaven-devouring demonic palace. Demons devoured heaven and earth, and the great Tao rumbled. The heaven-devouring demon lord was dressed in black, and his long black hair was scattered behind his head. He looked rather elegant and handsome, and didn't look much older than Yi Xian. However, his eyes were as heavy as the sky. When they turned slightly, it gave people a feeling of worship. Come, have a seat. With demonic clouds on the table and divine spiritual fruits on the table, this was what was used to welcome Yi Xian. The heaven-devouring demon lord didn't put on any airs. Instead, he poured a cup of wine for Yi Xian and casually passed it to Yi Xian, inviting Yi Xian to sit with him. Logically speaking, the heaven-devouring demon lord was extremely domineering. Not to mention Yi Xian, he wouldn't even care about other supreme experts. He wouldn't lower himself to be so courteous to Yi Xian. However, he did so, which made Yi Xian's heart tremble slightly. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't panic at all. Instead, he took the wine cup from the heaven-devouring demon lord and the two sat down casually, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. "I'm very happy that you can come. This proves that I'm very important to you. Let's drink." Putting aside the fact that the heaven-devouring demon lord was a supreme expert, he was very elegant and had an indescribable valiance. Ding! The wine cups of the two men clinked against each other, producing a crisp sound as they drank the wine in their cups together. Good wine. The moment the wine entered his stomach, Yi Xian's body became hot and dry. Even his cultivation showed signs of surging. Yi Xian frantically operated the heaven-burying skill to refine this power. This wine is called blood refinement. Back then, I killed 99 immortal realm experts and brewed it with a drop of blood essence from their hearts. Then, I used the primordial spirits of 99 women of mysterious Een to brew it. It has the effect of strengthening one's cultivation. The heaven-devouring demon lord said calmly. Although the heaven-devouring demon lord said it casually, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold light quietly flashed across his eyes. The blood essence from the hearts of 99 immortal realm experts and the primordial spirits of 99 women of mysterious Een. The heaven-devouring demon lord said it casually, but the wine in the cup was not wine. It was refined with the essence of human beings. Although Yi Xian had killed countless people viciously, he was also a clean freak. This thing refined with human blood and the primordial spirits of women really disgusted him. However, Yi Xian did not show it because the heaven-devouring demon lord was smiling at him. He seemed to be very kind to him, but in fact, he was also observing him. "I had a good impression of you at first, but now you're a little annoying," Yi Xian said coldly. "Oh." The heaven-devouring demon lord smiled and said, "What do you mean? Although this wine is a great tonic, in my opinion, it's no different from eating people. Do I still need to explain?" Yi Xian said calmly. "The primordial chaos is a slaughterhouse, and all creatures are pigs and dogs. I can take whatever I want. Why can't I?" The heaven-devouring demon lord said casually. Comparing the primordial chaos to a slaughterhouse, and all creatures in the primordial chaos are pigs and dogs. There is nothing in this primordial chaos that you can't devour. I have indeed experienced your fierce reputation." Yi Xian did not feel disgusted by the heaven-devouring demon lord's actions. Instead, he faintly agreed with him because he was this kind of person. However, the only difference between him and the heaven-devouring demon lord was that the heaven-devouring demon lord treated all creatures as pigs and dogs. They were just food in his mouth, and he could take whatever he wanted. However, Yi Xian was not like this. Although he would do anything to achieve his goals and could kill and leave corpses everywhere, he had never treated humans as food. Although his tribulation transcender technique also allowed him to devour the blood, souls, and essence of others, it was for his own cultivation. Chapter 1345. On the other hand, the heaven-devouring demon master had completely walked down the path of demons. Be it humans or other races, he had already identified them as his food. This was fundamentally different from Yi Xian. "I really want to know if you will die if you devour all the creatures of chaos one day and there is nothing left for you to devour." Suddenly, after a few breaths of silence, Yi Xian asked the heaven-devouring demon master an extremely abrupt question. This caused the smile on the heaven-devouring demon master's face to gradually turn gloomy as though Yi Xian's question had hit his soft spot. "Yi Xian, I have always thought that you and I are the same type of person. Even though you didn't cultivate my heaven-devouring demonic art, your devouring technique is similar to mine. But now, it seems like you aren't the person I want. I suddenly have the thought of killing you. Buzz. The heaven-devouring demonic light spread and shrouded the entire heaven-devouring demonic palace. Even the heaven-devouring demon master's eyes turned blood-red in an instant as though he would devour Yi Xian at the very next moment. Unfortunately, in the face of the heaven-devouring demon master's terrifying murderous intent, Yi Xian didn't panic at all. Instead, he picked up a fruit from the table and ate it casually. This scene made the heaven-devouring demon master tense up. At the next moment, the murderous intent disappeared without a trace and the corners of his mouth curled into a self-mocking smile. Interesting, interesting. You are really bold. You are constantly provoking me, but this won't do you any good because I am not the undying God Lord. Perhaps he only wants to obtain the secret of opening the gate of reincarnation from you and not kill you. But if you really infuriate me, I will devour you until not even your bones are left, the heaven-devouring demon master said. I don't want to waste time talking nonsense. I'm sure you have guessed that I came to see you today. I just want to make a deal with you. Yi Xian didn't want to continue testing each other with the heaven-devouring demon master. Both of them had great goals for each other and getting straight to the point was the most direct way. Oh. What deal? The heaven-devouring demon master sat down again. He raised his wine cup and drained the contents. However, a demonic light flashed across his eyes. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, although you've attained the Tao for a long time, you've already fallen deeply into the devil path. Every now and then, you'll have to devour an enormous amount of energy to maintain your cultivation. If you can't devour enough energy, I'm afraid you'll die, right? Boom! Yi Xian directly threw out a heavy bomb. As soon as he finished speaking, the wine cup in the heaven-devouring demon master's hand was crushed. The originally teasing expression on his face turned gloomy. Go on. However, the heaven-devouring demon master didn't show any killing intent. He merely spat out 3 words and his eyes were already focused on Yi Xian. Devouring the heavens, devouring the earth, and all living things as food. Your heaven-devouring demonic art can be said to be unparalleled since ancient times and all living things in the chaos tremble in fear when they hear its name. However, I believe that in this world, there are always gains and losses. Blindly devouring all living things to increase your cultivation seems extremely terrifying, but the chaotic universe is fair. I'm afraid you'll have to pay a painful price for it, right? Yi Xian spoke frankly with assurance. Go on. Yi Xian didn't say a word. The heaven-devouring demon master's gaze turned even colder. This was because what Yi Xian said was related to a great secret of the heaven-devouring demon master. And this secret was only known to him. You attained Tao in the 7th era. That was the darkest era in the chaos. Wherever the heaven-devouring demon master passed, all living things perished and became food for your mouth. From the perspective of the 10 great Yuans, you, the heaven-devouring demon lord, have reached the Tao the fastest. You have only used less than 50 million years to reach the Tao, while the other supreme experts have used several times more time to reach the Tao than you. Your cultivation is also ranked in the top 5 of the 10 supreme experts. What are you trying to say? The heaven-devouring demon master's eyes narrowed. His 5 fingers constantly tapped on the table, producing a ticking sound. This proved that his heart wasn't calm. You've fallen into the demonic path. It's not your temperament that has fallen into the demonic path, but because of the heaven-devouring demonic art. Although this supreme technique was created by you, it has a great flaw, and that is the word devouring. Yi Xian looked at the heaven-devouring demon master. His voice was resolute and decisive as he continued, only by constantly devouring will you be able to calm the heaven-devouring demonic art. Only then will you be able to maintain your cultivation as an eternal and surpass the other sovereigns. But when you don't devour enough energy, the heaven-devouring demonic art will begin to devour you. It will spontaneously devour your cultivation and soul until you're nothing more than a wisp of ash. In the end, you won't even need to wait until the end of the 12 eras. You won't even be able to see the gate of reincarnation. Your soul will scatter and die. How can you be so sure? The heaven-devouring demon master's voice was extremely sinister. It's simple. Because the Forbidden One told me that the Chaos Verse is fair. In this world, there are gains and losses. The heaven-devouring demonic art you created is truly terrifying. Aside from the three sovereigns of chaos, destiny, and spacetime, your technique is capable of suppressing the other sovereigns. But the reason why you're so strong is because of the heaven-devouring demonic art. However, this heaven-defying technique has already violated the Forbidden One. The Chaos Verse simply cannot tolerate you. And yet, you're still safe and sound. This means that the heaven-devouring demonic art has a fatal flaw. Only by constantly devouring and madly devouring can you maintain your existence in this world. Am I right, respected Lord Heaven-devouring Demon Master? Yi Xian revealed his white teeth as he smiled at the heaven-devouring Demon Master. Clap, clap, clap. The heaven-devouring Demon Master clapped his hands. He was clapping very sincerely. However, the terrifying heaven-devouring demonic light had already overflowed. He looked at Yi Xian as though he was looking at a dead man. You're very smart. So smart that I'm amazed. But don't you know that smart people die very quickly? The heaven-devouring demon master's killing intent was revealed. I don't know whether or not I'll die very quickly. But I am the respected Lord Heaven-devouring Demon Master. You shouldn't be able to survive past the 10th period because the heaven-devouring demonic art in your body has already begun to backfire. Even if I die by your hands today, it won't be long before you join me. However, this is truly laughable. Who would have thought that the Grand 7th period's strongest expert, the one who instilled fear in all living beings throughout the ages, would actually suffer a backlash from the strongest technique he created? In the end, his soul would scatter. If news of this were to spread, I'm afraid you'll become the biggest laughingstock in the Chaos Verse. Yi Xian showed no fear in the face of the heaven-devouring demon master's killing intent. Instead, his words were filled with mockery, as though he wasn't afraid that the heaven-devouring demon master would kill him. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. The heaven-devouring demon master stared at Yi Xian. His heaven-devouring demonic light rippled with terrifying intensity. With a single glance, he wouldn't even need to do anything to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian would die in front of him and become food for him. Chapter 1346. Do you really think that I won't dare to touch you just because you have the protection of a taboo? Boom! The heaven-devouring demon master took a step forward and grabbed Yi Xian's neck with his 5 fingers, lifting him into the air. His 5 fingers were like pillars that supported the sky, suppressing Yi Xian until his face turned red and he couldn't use his cultivation at all. Murderous intent. The strongest murderous intent since the beginning of time. However, although Yi Xian couldn't speak or move, he still had a smile of contempt on his face. His gaze was even more provocative as he looked at the heaven-devouring demon lord. It was as if Yi Xian was telling the heaven-devouring demon master that he had grasped the latter's weakness and was certain that the latter wouldn't dare to kill him. You can try if you don't believe me. Looking at Yi Xian's contemptuous eyes, the heaven-devouring demon master would have swallowed Yi Xian alive if it was any other time. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. But he couldn't. He really couldn't kill Yi Xian because the chance to solve his crisis lay with Yi Xian. Perhaps the other strongest since the beginning of time were plotting Yi Xian's secrets and wanted to use Yi Xian to push open the door of reincarnation. However, the heaven-devouring demon master was different. He wanted to surpass the strongest and solve the hidden danger in his body. As long as he could solve the hidden danger of the heaven-devouring demonic skill, he believed that with the perfect heaven-devouring demonic skill, he could also break through the chaotic reincarnation and truly transcend. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't die. Buzz. The heaven-devouring demon light disappeared without a trace and the palm on Yi Xian's neck slowly loosened. However, the heaven-devouring demon master's face was as gloomy as water and he was still staring at Yi Xian with an unfriendly gaze. I don't like the look in your eyes because they are filled with anger. This isn't the attitude of someone who is begging for help. Yi Xian twisted his neck as if the sky-devouring demon master had really hurt him. Then, he sat down in front of the table again and picked up another spiritual fruit to eat. The sky-devouring demon master's sinister expression gradually calmed down. He sat opposite Yi Xian and said calmly, "Kid, I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you. Tell me your purpose. Wouldn't it have been better if you had been so amiable from the start? If I was really afraid of your identity, how would I have dared to come and meet you? Am I right?" Yi Xian said with a faint smile. "Cut the crap and tell me your purpose." In the face of Yi Xian, who was unmoved by force or persuasion, the heaven-devouring demon master had completely lost his temper. "You created the heaven-devouring demonic art back then. Presumably, this technique was also comprehended from the heaven-breaking cauldron. My tribulation transcender technique is also closely related to the heaven-breaking cauldron. The two can be said to be of the same origin. What you have always wanted from me is the tribulation transcender technique. Presumably, when the two techniques are combined into one, it will make your heaven-devouring demonic art perfect and naturally solve the hidden dangers in your body. I wonder if I'm right?" Yi Xian said tirelessly. Yes. The heaven-devouring demon master did not hide anything. He was indeed coveting Yi Xian's tribulation transcender technique. He admitted it very generously and did not hide anything. In the past, he had obtained a heaven-breaking cauldron and comprehended the heaven-devouring demonic art from it. However, a great enemy had invaded at that time, and the heaven-breaking cauldron was lost in that battle. Unfortunately, he had lost the most important general outline. When the heaven-devouring demon master learned that Yi Xian could also devour the cultivation of others without using the heaven-devouring demonic art, he knew that the general outline of the heaven-devouring demonic art had been obtained by Yi Xian. Therefore, he was so eager to find Yi Xian. He wanted to take back the tribulation transcender technique from Yi Xian, which was the most important general outline of the heaven-devouring demonic art. Only then could he perfect the heaven-devouring demonic art. However, there was one thing that the heaven-devouring demon master did not say. Although the hidden dangers of the heaven-devouring demonic art were great and only the tribulation transcender technique could eliminate this hidden danger, what really excited the heaven-devouring demon master was that the combination of the tribulation transcender technique and the heaven-devouring demonic art could give him a chance to surpass the strongest of all eternity and become a taboo character like the Eternal Shadow. The heaven-devouring demon master was very ambitious. Because of the terrifying cultivation speed of the heaven-devouring demonic art, he clearly felt that there was an extremely terrifying realm above the strongest of all eternity. In the past, the heaven-devouring demon master only guessed and did not dare to be sure. However, when the Eternal Shadow came out of the long river of time and showed his invincible means, he was finally sure that there was an extremely terrifying realm above the strongest of all eternity. This realm was also known as the Forbidden Realm. Although it was not tolerated by the chaotic universe, it had unimaginable power. Even if the 10 strongest of all eternity joined forces, they were still not the opponent of the Forbidden Realm. Yi Xian, hand over the tribulation transcender technique. Not only will this heaven-devouring demon master protect you, but even the people of my heaven-devouring demon palace will listen to your orders. The entire heaven-devouring demon palace will escort you until you become the strongest of all eternity. The heaven-devouring demon master was very generous. He was so generous that he made a promise that no one could refuse. As long as Yi Xian was willing to hand over the tribulation transcender technique, he would definitely fulfill his promise. If it were anyone else, they would have already handed over the tribulation transcender technique. Unfortunately, the heaven-devouring demon master met Yi Xian, who was even more ambitious than him. I can give you the Tribulation Transcender technique, but I don't need your promise. As long as you agree to 2 of my conditions, I will give you the Tribulation Transcender technique. Yi Xian was already prepared. Say it, what are your conditions? Just because Yi Xian dared to come to see him alone, the heaven-devouring demon master could not underestimate Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was just like an ant in his eyes, he was definitely an extremely difficult guy to deal with. The first condition is that I want you to protect me until I step into the immortal realm. If there are other supreme experts who want to kill me or imprison me, you must immediately appear to block them for me and even force them back. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Okay. The heaven-devouring demon master did not hesitate and directly agreed to the first condition. As for the second condition, it's very simple. I will give you the Tribulation Transcender technique, and you will also give me the heaven-devouring demonic technique. This shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and finally revealed his true purpose. You want the heaven-devouring demonic technique? The heaven-devouring demon master was startled, and his face instantly turned gloomy. He looked at Yi Xian with a touch of coldness in his eyes, and his whole person became silent. The heaven-devouring demon master did not care about the heaven-devouring demonic technique. Even if he really gave it to Yi Xian, it did not matter. This was just his inheritance. In the beginning, he wanted Yi Xian to be his inheritor. But now, it was different. If he gave the heaven-devouring demonic technique to Yi Xian would naturally leave and not become a member of his heaven-devouring demon palace. And the most important thing was that when the heaven-devouring demonic technique and the Tribulation Transcender technique were combined, the heaven-devouring demonic technique would reach a perfect state. Then, Yi Xian would also master this technique like him. In the eyes of the heaven-devouring demon master, this was absolutely not allowed. A heaven-devouring demonic technique without any hidden dangers could devour the cultivation of others at will. It was enough for the heaven-devouring demon master to have it alone. If a second person had this technique, it would be a great threat. Chapter 1347. Impossible. Change your condition. The heaven-devouring demon master flatly refused. No one knew how terrifying the heaven-devouring demon technique was better than the heaven-devouring demon master. If this technique was cultivated together with the Tribulation Transcender technique, Yi Xian would become the second him. No, not only the second him, but he would even surpass the heaven-devouring demon master. Moreover, Yi Xian had so many secrets. The heaven-devouring demon master understood this very well. Since the demon master doesn't agree, then we have nothing to talk about. Goodbye. Yi Xian slammed the table and stood up. He turned around and was about to leave, but before he could take 3 steps, the heaven-devouring demon master's cold voice suddenly sounded. Is my heaven-devouring demon palace a place where you can come and go as you please? Demon master, do you still want me to stay? Yi Xian suddenly looked back at the heaven-devouring demon master with a strange look in his eyes. You can't leave if you don't hand over the Tribulation Transcender technique. I would rather not give up this technique and kill you. I will never let you bring the Tribulation Transcender technique to the outside world. The heaven-devouring demon master's killing intent reappeared. Kill me? Yi Xian smiled. His smile was very elegant and fearless as he said, I will stand here and wait for you to kill me. However, I have to remind you that if I die in your hands, I'm afraid you won't be able to live either. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire heaven-devouring demon palace was oppressive to the extreme. Terrifying demonic light raged in the void. The heaven-devouring demon master's eyes turned blood red, but he didn't make a move. Fear, absolute fear. Although the heaven-devouring demon master was arrogant and extremely overbearing, he was very smart. He believed that Yi Xian would never dare to meet him if he didn't have absolute confidence. Moreover, Yi Xian had just walked out of the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace safe and sound, but the 10,000 spirit heavenly master actually let him go. This explained a huge problem. A taboo character. That taboo character who had walked out of the river of time was protecting Yi Xian. Otherwise, the Lord of all spirits would never have allowed Yi Xian to leave. The heaven-devouring demon master seemed to have an unfathomable killing intent, but he was actually weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Killing Yi Xian was very simple. As long as he willed it, Yi Xian would die. However, if Yi Xian were to really die and that taboo character appeared, he would definitely be no match for him. It was even more likely that he would die at the hands of that taboo character. That was a price he could not afford to pay. If he had not seen the Aeon Shadow and experienced that terrifying battle, the heaven-devouring demon master would not have such fear. However, he had seen the terror of the Aeon Shadow, which was why he had not attacked Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression was calm and unperturbed. Instead, he had a fearless expression as he confronted the heaven-devouring demon lord. However, no one knew that at this moment, Yi Xian's heart was already extremely nervous. His body and mind were already tense, and drops of cold sweat were dripping down his back. As the saying goes, one knows one's own affairs best. The Aeon Shadow was not here at all. He was a taboo character. If he appeared in the Primal Chaos universe, he would definitely be punished by the Primal Chaos universe. If the heaven-devouring demon master really wanted to kill him, Yi Xian would not be able to resist at all. Yi Xian was gambling. He was gambling with his life at this moment. He was gambling that the heaven-devouring demon master would not dare to kill him. First, it was the Tribulation Transcender technique, and second, it was his fear of the Aeon Shadow. Yi Xian had planned this gamble for a long time, and he had thought of every step. He believed that he would not lose. He would definitely be able to survive this crisis and obtain great benefits for himself. Haha. Suddenly, the overwhelming killing intent dissipated as the heaven-devouring demon lord laughed out loud. Yi Xian knew that he'd made the right bet. As expected, the heaven-devouring demon lord didn't dare to kill him. This caused him to secretly heave a sigh of relief, but his back was already drenched in cold sweat. However, Yi Xian slightly operated the heaven burial technique, and the wet clothes on his back instantly returned to their original state. Yi Xian was extremely calm from beginning to end, as if he was really fearless. However, only Yi Xian himself knew that he had smelled the scent of death just now. Fortunately, his will was extremely tough, and even under the supreme killing intent, he survived. The so-called borrowing power was borrowing the power of the Aeon Shadow. Coupled with the fact that Yi Xian had the heaven-devouring demon master's item, Yi Xian was able to survive this crisis. The heaven-devouring demon master finally compromised. Okay, I agree to the second condition, but you also have to agree to one of my conditions. That is, the heaven-devouring demon technique and the calamity immortal technique cannot be passed to anyone else. Of course. Yi Xian slowly nodded. Wait for me here. The heaven-devouring demon master took a deep look at Yi Xian before taking a step and disappearing. Yi Xian also waited patiently. He sat cross-legged in the void and began to cultivate. 3 days later. The heaven-devouring demon master returned with a stone scripture in his hand. He casually threw this scripture to Yi Xian, and Yi Xian gently caught it and began to flip through it. The heaven-devouring demon master said, "The heaven-devouring demon technique is a powerful technique. Not only does it contain my various devouring techniques, but it also contains extremely powerful techniques. Once you have finished reviewing it, give me the calamity immortal technique." While flipping through the scripture, Yi Xian's eyes constantly bloomed with splendor. This heaven-devouring demon technique was indeed broad and profound. It explained in detail what the path of devouring was. The techniques and magical abilities contained in it were extremely powerful. It was worthy of being called a supreme technique. Take it. Yi Xian closed the scripture and casually shot out a jade talisman. The method of the Calamity Immortal technique was recorded within, and this allowed the heaven-devouring demon master to quickly take it in his hand and sink his consciousness into the jade talisman. Time passed little by little. After half a day, the heaven-devouring demon master finally withdrew his consciousness. He even said 3 words of praise. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. This is the true essence of devouring. It's worthy of being the general outline of the heaven-devouring demon technique. What a great technique! The heaven-devouring demon master laughed wildly. He was extremely excited. This Calamity Immortal technique might only be a great magical ability for others, but for him, it was the key to solving the hidden dangers of the heaven-devouring demon technique. It was also the greatest help for him to advance to the Forbidden Realm. Looking at the excited expression of the heaven-devouring demon master, Yi Xian's eyes quietly flashed with a strange color. Then, he concealed it very well, and his whole person was still very calm. Take this jade talisman and you can go. If there are other powerful existences that make things difficult for you, just crush this jade talisman. Even if you are hundreds of millions of miles away, I will appear in front of you. The heaven-devouring demon master casually threw out a black jade talisman, which was directly received by Yi Xian. Obviously, this jade talisman had the same effect as the jade talisman given by the Lord of all Spirits. It could summon powerful existences to his side. Thank you. Yi Xian didn't say any nonsense. He put away the scripture and the jade talisman and strode towards the outside world. However, the heaven-devouring demon master inadvertently sneered. Then, he took the Calamity Immortal technique and disappeared from the heaven-devouring demon palace. Outside, Yi Xian didn't stop. The power of space and time rippled out, directly allowing him to travel through space and instantly disappear from the ancient demon mountain. Heaven Lord, are you really not going to let him stay? A ghostly figure watched Yi Xian leave, then turned around and bowed in the direction of the heaven-devouring demon palace. Let him go. I don't think he can cause any trouble. The majestic voice of the heaven-devouring demon master sounded. Chapter 1348. Chaotic starry sky, multicolored star sea. On a withered and nameless star, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged. The heaven-devouring demonic art was placed on his knees, and he was flipping through it page by page. Heaven-devouring, you really deserve to die. You actually gave me a fake heaven-devouring demonic art. Do you think I can't see through it? Yi Xian sneered again and again as he closed the heaven-devouring demonic art in his hand. Although Yi Xian had never cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art, he had cultivated the Tribulation Transcender technique for so many years, so he had a very good understanding of the path of devouring. Fake. It was indeed fake. The heaven-devouring demonic art in Yi Xian's hand was not the real thing at all, but a fake that had been tampered with by the heaven-devouring demon master. When he was inspecting it in the heaven-devouring demon palace, Yi Xian had already discovered this situation. It was just that Yi Xian pretended to be confused and did not expose this fact. Instead, he left the heaven-devouring demon palace with this fake heaven-devouring demonic art because he had already gotten what he wanted. This heaven-devouring demonic art was indeed fake, and the heaven-devouring demon master had changed several of the most important contents. Although only a few contents had been tampered with, the secret techniques and some of the operation methods were indeed real. As the saying goes, 70% true and 30% false. This move of the heaven-devouring demon master was indeed very clever. Unfortunately, the heaven-devouring demon master did not know that Yi Xian did not really want his heaven-devouring demonic art. The few important operation routes that he had tampered with were actually not important to Yi Xian. What Yi Xian really wanted was the profound meaning of the heaven-devouring demonic art, as well as the various secret techniques and devouring techniques recorded in it. As mentioned before, only the techniques and paths that were suitable for oneself were the strongest. Therefore, Yi Xian created the heaven-burying technique and had been perfecting it. The space-time technique, the undying immortal scripture, the 10,000 spirits immortal scripture, the boundless mortal world technique, and the star origin secret art. Yi Xian had read all of them and used them as the foundation to create the heaven-burying technique. Yi Xian's ambition was great. He wanted to read all the supreme techniques and integrate them into the heaven-burying technique he had created. To create the number one technique of all time in the future. This was his real goal. This goal. Although the heaven-devouring demon master had the heaven-devouring demon art, he had had the heaven-devouring demonic art. Had he already had the heaven-devouring demonic art, and that was enough, Yi Xian had. Since the heaven-devouring demon lord was playing tricks with him, then Yi Xian, naturally wasn't someone to be trifled with. There was naturally a problem with the calamity immortal technique he gave. The tribulation transcender technique was real, and this was indeed real. If he had given the heaven-devouring demon master a fake one, with his cultivation and experience, he would not have been able to fool him. Yi Xian had only extracted a trace of the tribulation transcender technique's profound meaning. It was just a trace, and the scripture really could not be real. However, just this trace of profound meaning was enough to prevent the heaven-devouring demon lord from advancing even an inch. This was the trump card that Yi Xian had left behind. Yi Xian admitted that he was indeed not the heaven-devouring demon master's opponent, but in terms of scheming, he might not be worse than the heaven-devouring demon master. Heaven-devouring, you are indeed very strong now. You are an existence beyond my reach, but don't be complacent too early. In the future, I will let you know what the number one technique of all time is. Your heaven-devouring demonic art will also be overshadowed by it. Yi Xian sneered and whispered. From the moment he stepped into the heaven-devouring demon palace, Yi Xian had already made all the preparations. He had no intention of really giving the tribulation transcender technique to the heaven-devouring demon master. Although Yi Xian didn't have much contact with the heaven-devouring demon lord, from his way of doing things, the heaven-devouring demon lord was definitely an unbridled and ambitious person. This kind of person was fierce by nature. If he obtained the tribulation transcender technique, coupled with his heaven-devouring demonic art, he would definitely become a big problem in the future. Therefore, Yi Xian had a trump card. The tribulation transcender technique was the trump card he had left behind. Although he had only extracted a trace of its profound meaning, it was enough to make the heaven-devouring demon master stay in the strongest realm. Inhale, 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 inhale. On this withered planet, Yi Xian was adjusting his breathing and breathing. He was also deducing the profound meaning of the heaven-devouring demonic art, wanting to gradually integrate it into his heaven-burying technique. This was an extremely slow process, but Yi Xian was very patient. He integrated the profound meaning contained in the heaven-devouring demonic art into his body bit by bit, comprehending the so-called path of devouring. Then, he turned this comprehension into his own and constantly practiced the heaven-burying technique in his mind. Of course, Yi Xian was not really cultivating. He was sitting on this planet waiting for someone, waiting for some very important people. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have looked for such a withered planet and waited here for a long time. He was waiting for the arrival of some people. These people were, of course, the 9 great star masters. Chaos Star Masters, the power of the star source. Although Chaos Star Masters were not as strong as the strongest of all time, they were only half a realm away. They were also known to be existences that could challenge the strongest of all time. Although they weren't famous and weren't as famous as the strongest of all time, Chaos Star Masters definitely couldn't be underestimated. The key was that Yi Xian didn't know what their goal was when the 9 great star masters appeared together. Yi Xian didn't choose this star for no reason. He'd already inscribed star runes one after another. As long as the 9 great star masters really wanted to find him, they could rely on the aura of these star runes to find him. Sure enough, not more than 3 days later, a figure quietly appeared in front of Yi Xian. This person was dressed in coarse hemp clothes and looked extremely old. His grayish-white hair was slightly messy, and he looked like an old man who had fallen from the streets. "You've finally appeared," the old man said softly. At this moment, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the old man. Sure enough, he realized that the other party was one of the 9 great star masters. "You're alone." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. "Back then, we were all injured in that battle. Right now, we're all recovering from our injuries. I'm the only one looking for you," the old man said in a deep voice. "May I know Senior's name?" Yi Xian asked. "My name is Xingyun, a 9th-generation Chaos Star Master. You can call me Elder Xing." Elder Xing smiled and nodded. "Elder Xing." Yi Xian cupped his hands and bowed. He appeared very humble because he could feel that this Chaos Star Master before him had no ill intentions towards him. "Child, you're the 10th-generation successor of the Chaos Star Masters. Now that you're surrounded by danger, I'll be direct with some things. Listen to me slowly." Elder Xing did not beat around the bush. He had finally found Yi Xian after much difficulty, so he naturally had to tell Yi Xian everything. He also had to let Yi Xian understand the responsibility of a Chaos Star Master. Chaotic Universe, 12 Yuan Hui. The lineage of Star Masters. Chaos Star Masters were extremely ancient existences. They had existed since the birth of the chaotic universe, and Chaos Star Master was only the name known by all living beings. In fact, Chaos Star Masters had another name, and this name was Guardian of all living beings. Chapter 1349. Yes, the Guardian of Myriad Spirits. Ever since the Primal Chaos Universe was created, the Chaos Star Masters have been protecting this Primal Chaos Universe and protecting the myriad spirits of chaos from harm. Even during the era of the heaven-devouring demon lord of the 7th Aeon, the myriad spirits of chaos had suffered unimaginable massacres. The 7th-generation Chaos Star Master had fought against the heaven-devouring demon lord in order to stop his massacre and save the myriad spirits of chaos. The 7th-generation Chaos Star Master had been defeated in that battle. Although he had the strength to challenge the heaven-devouring demon lord, he was ultimately not the heaven-devouring demon lord's match. However, the 7th-generation Chaos Star Master had asked the heaven-devouring demon lord to stop because the Chaos Star Masters could borrow the power of the Primal Chaos Universe. Although they weren't strong themselves, the Tongtian stellar origin technique was able to communicate with the Primal Chaos and would definitely pose a terrifying threat to the Primal Chaos Universe. Protecting the Primal Chaos Universe and loving the myriad spirits of chaos was the destiny and responsibility of the Chaos Star Masters. It wasn't just the era of the heaven-devouring demon lord. In the 4th Aeon where the Undying God Lord was from, the 4th-generation Chaos Star Masters had also taken action and stopped the Undying God Lord's massacre. The Extreme Devil and Destruction Star Masters of these 2 eras had taken action. Protecting the myriad spirits of chaos had also become the responsibility of every generation of Chaos Star Masters. When Yi Xian heard this, a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Why could the Chaos Star Masters stop the Primal Chaos Universe's massacre? He had seen the Chaos Star Masters being no match for the Primal Chaos Universe's strongest. Could it be that the Chaos Star Masters had some unfathomable method that he didn't know of that made the Primal Chaos Universe's strongest feel apprehensive? However, Yi Xian didn't voice his doubts. Instead, he frowned slightly and said, "Elder Xing, you mean that I'm the 10th-generation Chaos Star Master, so I also have to protect the 10th Aeon?" "Yes and no." Elder Xing gave an ambiguous answer. He looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression and said, "The fate of the 10th-generation Chaotic Star Master is indeed on you, but there is something that I am very puzzled about. There is no astral origin power in your body, only a remnant of astral origin energy. It is as if you have never cultivated the astral origin art. This makes me feel very strange. After hearing old Xing's words, Yi Xian naturally knew what was going on. This was because he really hadn't cultivated the astral origin art. The one who had truly cultivated the astral origin art was his avatar. As for him, he had merely fused his comprehension of the astral origin art into his own heaven-burying art. However, Yi Xian naturally couldn't explain it. His avatar was his secret and one of his trump cards. Even if he had a good impression of the Chaos Star Masters, he wouldn't reveal his secret. Perhaps the time isn't right yet, and you haven't formally trained in the astral origin art. However, I want to tell you that the protection of the entire Chaos verse and the primordial chaos is the responsibility of us Chaos Star Masters. I hope that you can shoulder this responsibility, Elder Xing said. Protect the Chaos verse. Protect the creatures of chaos. Benevolence. Universal love. Yi Xian muttered to himself, but a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He, Yi Xian, had never been a good person, let alone something as boring as benevolence and universal love. He only believed in slaughter. The so-called creed of the Chaos Star Masters was the complete opposite of himself. It seems that you've misunderstood. I'm not the person you think I am. The so-called protection of the creatures of chaos and the chaos verse is nothing but a joke in my eyes, Yi Xian said coldly. No, you're the person we're looking for. You were able to pass the primordial chaos trial and obtain the Chaos Star Master's legacy. This proves that you're a kind person. Otherwise, the Chaos Star Master's legacy wouldn't have appeared in your possession, Elder Xing said resolutely. Yi Xian laughed. This was the first time someone had called him a kind person. How could he not want to laugh? In Yi Xian's memories, ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had killed countless people and committed countless heinous crimes. All the obstacles in his path of cultivation had been crushed by him, and even his friends and loved ones had been buried in the ground. Some had died because of him, and some had been killed by him. How could such a person be called a kind person? When he was 14 years old and faced a dead end in the Blood Sea battlefield, he had long since abandoned kindness and compassion. All that remained was viciousness and mercilessness. Now, someone actually called him a kind person and wanted him to protect the Chaos verse and the creatures of chaos. Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? However, this joke wasn't funny at all to Yi Xian. Instead, it made him feel extremely disgusted. If the 9 Chaos Star Masters all viewed him like this, then they weren't on the same path at all. Alright, you say I'm a kind person and that I want to protect the Chaos verse and the creatures of chaos. But I really want to know something. Although Chaos Star Masters are very powerful, they aren't a match for the strongest throughout history. What do you want me to do to protect them? Yi Xian said indifferently. However, if one listened carefully, they would discover that his words contained a hint of contempt. The Star Master didn't understand what Yi Xian was implying. Instead, he looked solemnly at Yi Xian. With a flip of his hand, a black and white chessboard appeared. He handed it over to Yi Xian with great solemnity. The Star Chessboard. This is the legacy of us Chaos Star Masters. It can seize the mysteries of the Chaos verse and turn the stars into chess pieces. It's a supreme treasure of the Chaos verse. Even against the strongest throughout history, it can be used to advance and retreat. With starlight as the chessboard and the stars as the chess pieces, the chessboard flickered with starlight. Just by looking at it, one could sense a vast, heavy, and ancient presence. It proved that the chessboard was indeed a chaos treasure. The next moment, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. A smear of greed flashed through his eyes. This was indeed a treasure that he was very interested in. If he could obtain the chessboard, it would be extremely helpful to him. Looking at the black and white chessboard that Elder Xing handed over, Yi Xian probed, "You want to give this to me? This is a legacy of us Chaos Star Masters. You're the 10th generation Chaos Star Master, so it naturally has to be given to you," the Star Master said solemnly. Then I'll accept it. Yi Xian wouldn't put on an act. Facing such a treasure, he naturally wanted to take it for himself. He was about to directly accept the black and white chessboard, and a trace of gratification appeared on Elder Xing's face. Suddenly, when Yi Xian was about to touch the black and white chessboard, his entire body froze. His brows slightly furrowed, but he didn't take the treasure into his hand. As the saying went, there was no free lunch in the world. It could be said to be the inheritance of the Chaos Star Masters. It was indeed a chaos treasure, but if he really accepted it, things would become extremely complicated. Take it. With this inheritance item, even if the strongest of the ancient times wants to kill you, you can use this item to escape. They won't be able to find you. Elder Xing said sincerely. Chapter 1350. I can't accept it. At this moment, these three words flashed through Yi Xian's mind. If he accepted this inheritance, then he would have to shoulder the responsibility of a Chaos Star Master. Finally, Yi Xian suppressed the greed in his heart and didn't accept the item. Instead, he looked at Elder Xing quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. You want to harm me? Yi Xian's eyes were cold. I don't want to harm you. I just hope that you can walk the right path and understand the responsibility of being a Chaos Star Master. Elder Xing frowned. The chaos has nothing to do with me. The so-called Chaos Star Master inheritance was obtained by chance. You want me to protect the Chaos Verse with you? That's a joke in my eyes. If I'm not wrong, if I accept this item, my cultivation will be washed away by it and I'll only be able to cultivate the so-called astral origin art, right? Yi Xian said coldly. That's right. Elder Xing admitted it very generously before earnestly advising, however, we truly have no intention of harming you. Although this inheritance item will erase the various techniques in your body, you specialize in the astral origin art. With this item in hand, if you were to learn the supreme secret techniques of the Chaos Star Masters, even the strongest of the ages would be extremely wary of you. Supreme secret technique? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He had a question just now. The Chaos Star Masters were clearly not a match for the strongest of all time, and they were always suppressing the strongest of all time. Why were the Chaos Star Masters of every generation able to live well? Clearly, this so-called supreme secret technique was the key. Seeing Yi Xian's stunned expression, Elder Xing smiled with satisfaction. You should have guessed it. That's right. The reason why we Chaos Star Masters can protect the Chaos Verse is not only because we can borrow the power of the Chaos Verse, but also because of this item and the supreme secret technique. This legacy item is extremely powerful, and only Chaos Star Masters are able to use it. When a supreme secret technique is combined with this item, it can bring forth chaos heavenly punishment. Even the strongest of all time would be in danger of death under the chaos heavenly punishment. This is also the reason why we Chaos Star Masters have been able to survive until today. Yi Xian completely understood after Elder Xing's explanation. No wonder the strongest of all eternity feared the Chaos Star Masters. It was because they could summon chaos heavenly punishment. However, this supreme secret technique can only be passed down through word of mouth. As long as you agree to protect the Chaos Verse and maintain the stability of the 10th epoch, I can give you this legacy item and even teach you the supreme secret technique, Elder Xing said in an enticing manner. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was extremely calm. He wasn't tempted by Elder Xing at all, because the price he offered was too low. He was merely feared by the strongest of all times. This wasn't what Yi Xian wanted at all. What Yi Xian wanted was very simple. He wanted to surpass the strongest of all eternity and even the ancient shadow. He wanted to truly stand above the Chaos Verse. I'm sorry, but I can't promise you that. You can keep this supreme secret technique and item for yourselves. Yi Xian turned and left, not giving Elder Xing a chance to persuade him to stay. Yi Xian, you have received the inheritance of the Chaos Star Masters. You have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Chaos Verse. Don't force me to take action. Elder Xing angrily shouted. Astral energy whizzed out and sealed this part of the universe. Although he wasn't the strongest of all eternity, he was still an existence that surpassed the immortal realm. He could even put up a fight against the strongest of all eternity. I don't want to be enemies with the Chaos Star Masters, but if you insist on forcing me, then we'll have to settle this karma. Yi Xian was still striding forward, but his voice rang out in Elder Xing's ears. In Yi Xian's creed, no one could force him to do anything he didn't want to do. The strongest of all eternity couldn't, the Chaos Star Masters couldn't, and even the taboo Ancient Shadow couldn't. You. Elder Xing's face was filled with anger as he watched Yi Xian walk further and further away. His eyes flashed continuously, but he didn't attack Yi Xian in the end. He could only sigh and open the sealed space. Chi. Yi Xian moved unhindered in the sky, but his expression was extremely cold. A fierce glint flashed across his eyes. Too weak. He was really too weak. Scheming against the Lord of all spirits, betting his life with the heaven-devouring Demon Lord, and even facing the 9th-generation Chaos Star Master, he was using his life to threaten them. No matter how many times he said it, the root of all this was because he was too weak. He had to be strong quickly. Only by becoming strong quickly could he survive. Indeed, according to the number of years Yi Xian had lived, he was currently at the Yang Birth realm. This could already be said to be unprecedented. Other than Lu Bai, no one else could compare to him. Yi Xian could definitely be considered an outstanding talent among the younger generation. Not many people could compete with him. However, the feeling of helplessness when facing the strongest of all eternity and the Chaos Star Masters was like poison that gnawed at his body and mind. It made Yi Xian so depressed that he almost couldn't breathe. Scheming, risking his life, using all means possible, and even using the ancient Shadow Master to intimidate others. This seemed to be Yi Xian's methods, but wasn't it also his humiliation? If he had the cultivation to not fear the strongest of all eternity, why would he go through so much trouble to scheme all this just to find a place for himself to survive? Even an immortal realm cultivator would be able to kill him easily, not to mention the strongest of all eternity and the Chaos Star Masters. The strong were as heavy as a mountain, while the weak crawled like an ant. There was really no reason in this world. If you were weak, you deserved to die. If you were weak, you should kneel. If you were weak, you should be at the mercy of others without even a chance to resist. If one wanted to be above others, then one had to be strong enough to be fearless of anyone and trample everyone under one's feet. However, Yi Xian couldn't do it now. He knew that he didn't have the ability to do so. Therefore, Yi Xian's heart had completely darkened at this moment. His mind was filled with thoughts of becoming stronger, and he didn't hesitate to use any means. No one expected that the pressure that the strongest of all eternity gave Yi Xian not only didn't crush him, but it also made him go completely crazy. The dark flames in his heart burned fiercely, and when these flames were released, they could burn down the heavens. When an ordinary person went crazy, it was terrifying. When an ordinary person went crazy, it was even more terrifying. It just so happened that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. The deepest part of his heart contained the seed of darkness. When he started to go crazy, the consequences would affect the entire Chaos Verse. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura was very, very cold. This wasn't a reflection of his cultivation base, but an inexplicable temperament. This kind of coldness was bone-chilling and seemed to be able to affect the souls of others, giving them a soul-shaking feeling. Qi. Yi Xian flashed through the sky as the heaven burial technique crazily circulated within his body. The gray light around his body faintly carried a strand of black energy. This strand of black energy was extremely shocking, and it actually caused a crack to appear in the surrounding space. It was also at this moment that several pairs of eyes slowly opened in several inexplicable places in the Chaos-verse. A terrifying aura quietly swept past them, and then these eyes closed again as if they had never appeared. Chapter 1351. The Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and red flowers were everywhere. Among the clouds, the heavenly palace of extreme passion was completely wrapped in red silk. Everyone who entered and exited the heavenly palace of extreme passion wore red robes, and joyous music was played from time to time. It was as if the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace had a joyous occasion, as if someone was getting married. Otherwise, a dignified orthodoxy would not hang red silk all over the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. Moreover, judging by the festive atmosphere in the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace, the person getting married must be an extremely important person. Otherwise, the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace would not make such a big fuss. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would notice that every disciple who came out of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace had a stiff and forced smile on their faces. A strange emotion was also growing in these people. Sigh. In the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace, Luo Ho and Yuan Ling sat cross-legged in the clouds. There was a table in front of them, and they occasionally clinked their cups as if they were drinking and having fun. However, Yuan Ling frowned, and there was no trace of joy on his face. He kept refilling his cup as if he wanted to get himself drunk. Although Luo Ho did not drink by himself, he kept playing with the wine cup in his hand. He looked at the disciples of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace who were holding the red silk to decorate the wedding venue, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "Brother Yuan Ling, congratulations. The Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master should call you Master from now on," Luo Ho said half-jokingly. "You're still in the mood to joke. Who is this Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master? She's one of the most powerful beings in history. Isn't it ridiculous that she wants to marry Yi Xian?" Yuan Ling had been upset for a while. When he heard Luo Ho teasing him, he had nowhere to vent his frustration, so he vented it on Luo Ho. "I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Yi Xian is in danger now. If the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master really marries him, he'll have a backer. Those powerful beings will have to think twice if they want to harm him." Luo Ho paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Look at the way this Heaven Master treats you and me. He showed us all kinds of secret techniques, and even gave us all kinds of pills and holy fruits, so that you, a supreme saint, could become a saint king. Isn't this all because of extreme love, Heaven Master? What do you know? Yi Xian has so many secrets. These powerful beings see him as delicious meat. Delicious. If the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master wants to harm him, wouldn't it be a disaster?" Yuan Ling to the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master. "I don't think so. The Heavenly Lord of Extreme Love is the strongest since the ancient times. How noble is her status. Even if she really has some sort of motive for Yi Xian, she wouldn't want to marry him." This. Yuan Ling was stunned. Luo Ho's words made sense. If the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master wanted to harm Yi Xian, with her cultivation, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to resist. The Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master didn't need to marry Yi Xian. Now, you and I can only wait. Wait for your precious disciple to come here. As for how he'll deal with this, neither of us can help him. He must have made his own decision. Come, come, come. The divine wine of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace is extraordinary. You and I can improve our cultivation faster if we drink more." Luo Ho raised his cup and drank it all. He let out a sigh of relief. "You bastard, this wine was exchanged for my disciple's happiness," Yuan Ling said bitterly. He drank all the wine in the cup. He didn't know whether he was happy or sad. He let out a long sigh. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out why the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master wanted to marry Yi Xian and made such a big fuss. At this moment, the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace was arranging the wedding banquet. A large number of powerful figures from the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace were sending wedding invitations to all the sections. Almost all the sects of the Supreme Orthodoxies and famous orthodoxies in the chaotic world were sent wedding invitations by the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. It wouldn't take long for this matter to cause an earthquake in the chaotic world. The marriage of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master and the marriage of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master. This was simply a fantasy story, and even more so, a huge joke. Who was the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master? He was at the top of the universe. He was invincible. He was the ruler of an era. He was a supreme expert who was respected by all creatures in the chaotic world. However, such a powerful person was going to marry someone like an ordinary mortal. This was simply a big joke. No one dared to believe it. If the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master was going to marry another supreme expert, it would still make sense. After all, they were both supreme experts. It was reasonable for them to become dual cultivation partners. However, the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master was going to marry Yi Xian, a little cultivator in the Yang birth realm. This was simply unheard of. Since the birth of the chaotic world, there had never been anything more ridiculous than this. Although it was ridiculous, it did happen. At this moment, a large number of experts from the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace were roaming the chaotic world. Every wedding invitation was sent to all the orthodoxies. Obviously, they wanted to make this marriage a reality. No one was allowed to object, not even Yi Xian. Although the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master was a woman, her temperament was extremely domineering. She didn't hesitate to do things. She didn't give Yi Xian a chance to object at all. Thinking about it, the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master was able to become a supreme expert. How could she be an indecisive and weak woman? Whoosh! A meteor streaked across the sky and instantly appeared outside the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. Who else could it be other than Yi Xian? When Yi Xian saw the heavenly gate in front of him filled with red silk and heard joyous music coming from the direction of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace, he frowned slightly. He didn't know who was going to make such a big fuss about their wedding. However, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He came to the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace this time to meet the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master. He also planned to make a deal with her. It would be a way to settle the matter between him and the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master. Buzz! Yi Xian stepped out and directly entered the Heavenly Gate. He then strode towards the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a trembling voice suddenly entered his ears. He's here. Yi Tianfu is back. Quickly report to the Heavenly Master. The two guards trembled and shouted. They immediately threw out a jade talisman. It turned into a stream of light and shot towards the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. However, it wasn't over yet. A large number of heavenly generals came from all directions. Every one of them was wearing a red robe. They were playing various musical instruments in their hands. Occasionally, some of them would look at Yi Xian strangely. Yi Tianfu. Yi Xian was confused. He was clearly called Yi Xian. Since when was his name changed? Also, what was up with these people? Why were they playing joyous music in front of him? Moreover, even if the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Master sent a decree to inform the people of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace that he was coming, she couldn't have given him the wrong name. Tianfu. It was an extremely unfamiliar name. It was so unfamiliar that Yi Xian didn't even think about the meaning behind it. Next, Yi Xian encountered an experience that he would never forget for the rest of his life. P.S. This book needs to be sped up. Please subscribe to the original version. Brothers who have been reading pirated versions, can you read it on QQ and reward me with a subscription? Fatso thanks. Chapter 1352. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of 81 gongs rang out and spread throughout the entire extreme heavenly palace at an extremely fast speed. A large number of figures were rushing towards Yi Xian from all directions. Welcome back, heavenly man. Everyone's attention was on a middle-aged beauty who was dressed in a silk robe. She was followed by a large number of people from the extreme emotion heavenly palace. Each of them was emitting an extremely powerful aura. Yi Xian glanced over and his mind was fiercely shaken. This middle-aged woman's aura was extremely powerful, and there was no lack of people with terrifying auras following behind her. If Yi Xian guessed correctly, these people should be the experts of the extreme emotion heavenly palace. The weakest among them was at the third realm of Tao querying. The person leading them should be the current palace master of the extreme emotion palace. Palace Master of the Extreme Emotion Palace, Ling Bai, greets Heavenly Man. The Palace Master of the Extreme Emotion Palace walked over. Although she was an expert of the immortal realm, she was very humble at this moment. She even bowed to Yi Xian. This. Yi Xian was stunned on the spot as he watched an immortal stage expert bow to him. An extremely bad premonition arose in his heart. Heavenly Man. This name entered his sight once again. Even if Yi Xian was caught off guard, he could faintly feel that something was wrong. The two words, Heavenly Man, probably contained an unimaginable meaning. Palace Master, what do you mean? Yi Xian frowned and probed. Unfortunately, Ling Bai didn't answer Yi Xian's question. Instead, she bowed to Yi Xian again and said, Heavenly Master has been waiting for you in the palace for a long time. I will bring you to see her now. As Ling Bai spoke, she led the way for Yi Xian. The mighty crowd made way for them. However, all kinds of joyous music were still playing. There were no signs of it stopping. Disciple. Yi Xian. Suddenly, two voices were heard. Luo Ho and Yuan Ling were rushing over. However, before the two of them could get close to Yi Xian, they were blocked by the people of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. They couldn't get close to Yi Xian at all. Ha! Yi Xian's brows furrowed even deeper. Because Yuan Ling and Luo Ho were constantly giving him looks, their faces were filled with anxiety. This caused Yi Xian's heart to thump as he inwardly cursed. Yi Xian wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely smart. After experiencing the initial confusion and astonishment, he gradually regained his senses and faintly sensed that something was amiss. It can't be. Yi Xian's face was instantly shocked. He had already thought of an answer. His body and mind trembled. Although Yi Xian had faintly guessed an unbelievable result, under Ling Bai's guidance, he was heading towards the extreme emotion heavenly technique. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to. These people seemed to be welcoming his return, but they were also keeping an eye on him. Look, the world around him had been sealed off, and even Rahu and Yuan Ling's transmissions had been cut off by someone. Tian Fu, the Heavenly Master has been waiting for you for a long time. Please. Rumble. The doors of the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace rumbled open. Ling Bai bowed to Yi Xian and led everyone away. She didn't give Yi Xian any chance to ask any questions. The arrow was already on the bow. At this moment, although Yi Xian had already guessed some terrible things, he had to face what he had to face. He couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. Yi Xian let out a breath and strode into the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Palace. When the stone doors rumbled shut, Yi Xian disappeared from the outside world. Red candles, red curtains, and red carpet spread across the ground. On both sides of the carpet were dragons and phoenixes. Although the decorations looked simple, they did not lose their elegance. It gave people a sense of celebration. Yi Xian was walking slowly. At this moment, he was completely certain of his guess. This caused his expression to become slightly heavy. He knew what was about to happen. At the end of the red carpet, there was a white jade bed. A beautiful woman was sitting at the head of the bed. She wore a phoenix crown. Although she didn't wear any makeup, her beauty alone was enough to make the world fall for her. Extreme Emotion Master. This person was the Extreme Emotion Master. At this moment, she was very beautiful. Her phoenix crown and robe made her look even more alluring. Although she had the beauty of a woman, her aura was also very strong. The combination of the two made people feel like they could only see her from afar. "Mister, you are finally back." At this moment, the Extreme Emotion Master let go of her strong aura. She was like a woman waiting for her husband's return. Her gentleness was all focused on Yi Xian. She didn't look strong at all. "Mister, I have been waiting for you for 3 yuan hui. I have prepared this phoenix crown and robe for a very, very long time. Today, I can finally put it on for you. I will marry you as your wife," the Extreme Emotion Master said softly. She slowly walked toward Yi Xian. Her eyes were like autumn water. They were filled with Yi Xian's shadow. "You." Yi Xian frowned. Before the Extreme Emotion Master could reach him, he took 3 steps back. He was clearly shocked by the Extreme Emotion Master's courage to love and hate. "You don't want to marry me?" The Extreme Emotion Master was a very sensitive person. When she saw Yi Xian's attitude, her gentle expression changed. What was to come had to come, and what was to be faced had to be faced. Yi Xian wasn't an indecisive person. He knew that if he didn't make things clear, he wouldn't just hurt himself. He'd hurt the Extreme Emotion Master, too. "Yes, I don't want to marry you," Yi Xian said in a low voice. "I hope we can talk." Boom! When Yi Xian's words entered her ears, the Extreme Emotion Master's heart shook. She couldn't help but release a strong aura. It almost affected Yi Xian. "Why?" The Extreme Emotion Master controlled herself. She bit her lips and looked at Yi Xian. Marrying Yi Xian was her biggest wish. The man she loved was right in front of her, but he didn't want to marry her. "I already have a wife. She passed away a long time ago, but I've never thought about getting married again." Yi Xian didn't mince his words. "How dare you?" The Extreme Emotion Master loved Yi Xian very much, but she was the strongest of all time. She was extremely arrogant. She humbled herself to express her feelings to Yi Xian. She wouldn't let Yi Xian reject her. Her identity as the strongest of all time aside, the Extreme Emotion Master was a woman who dared to love and hate. She was a very strong woman. "If you don't marry me, I'll kill you first. Then I'll kill myself." The Extreme Emotion Master entered the Tao with extreme emotions. She placed all her feelings on Yi Xian. She wasn't just saying that. She really could do something so ridiculous. She wasn't just trying to scare Yi Xian. "Life and death are reincarnations," Yi Xian said coldly. "Chaos is heaven and earth. I, Yi Xian, am afraid of death, but no one in this world can force me. Not even the strongest are an exception." Yi Qingmei was a very strong woman. She was the strongest of all time, but Yi Xian was also a very strong person. In the face of all the pressure from the strongest of all time, he was already very depressed. Now that Yi Qingmei was forcing him to marry her, he was very unhappy. Chapter 1353. Although Yi Xian knew that the Extreme Love Master meant him no harm, Yi Xian was a very rebellious person. If she threatened him with the power of the strongest, Yi Xian wouldn't agree even if he had to fight to the death. "You!" Boom! The Extreme Love Master was furious. She raised her slender hand, but her body was trembling. Her hand fell down powerlessly. She seemed to be dispirited. "I knew you didn't want to marry me. Even if I used all my might to force you, I'm sure you'd rather have your soul destroyed than agree to marry me, Extreme Love God whispered bitterly. I'm sorry. Whether it's the current me or the future me, I don't care about relationships. I hope you can understand. Yi Xian sighed. Fine. Since you don't want to marry me, I'll lock you up in the Extreme Love Heavenly Palace forever. Even if I have to look at you every day until the chaos reincarnation begins and this chaotic universe is destroyed, you and I will go to hell together. Extreme Love Master bit her lips. Yi Qingmei wasn't just saying that. She had already planned for the worst. Even if she and Yi Xian were to die here, she wouldn't let Yi Xian leave. If I can't have it, then no one else can. What was extreme love? Extreme love seemed to be very emotional, but it was also a very extreme nature. This was the key to the Extreme Love Master's Tao. Why do you have to do this? Yi Xian was shocked. He never thought that the Lord of Extreme Emotions would be so extreme. He actually wanted to act so crazily. I know you've been to the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace and the Sky-Devouring Demonic Palace, but I have to tell you that even if the other strongest come to save you, I'd rather explode on the spot than let you go. Ruthless. Crazy. Only the word ruthless and crazy could express how Yi Xian felt about the Extreme Love Master. Yi Qingmei was really a ruthless and crazy woman. Yi Xian had wanted to summon the two most powerful beings to take him away from the Extreme Love Sky Palace, but the Extreme Love Master was too cruel and crazy. He had completely cut off his escape route. If an ancient paragon chose to self-detonate without any regard for his life, even the other paragons would be unable to do anything. This was because the self-detonation of an ancient paragon would be extremely terrifying. It was very likely that it would turn into a great battle that would destroy everything. Putting aside the fact that the Lord of all Spirits and the Sky-Devouring Demon Master had made a deal with Yi Xian and agreed to help Yi Xian fend off the threats of the other ultimate existences, they were more concerned about their own lives and would definitely not fight to the death with the Extreme Love Master. Yi Qingmei's move was not only vicious to herself, but she was also a completely crazy woman. No one in history would risk their life to fight a crazy woman. Sir, don't blame me for forcing you. That was what you taught me back then. Furthermore, you were the one who gave me my name back then. At this moment, Yi Qingmei had completely let go. She once again looked at Yi Xian tenderly. However, the extreme love power had already sealed off the entire Sky Palace. No matter how capable Yi Xian was, he would not be able to take a single step out. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood what it meant to suffer the consequences of one's own actions. Future self, you've given me a huge problem. Yi Xian was extremely bitter and helpless. He didn't know if he should hate his future self, or if he should hate himself even more, because no matter if it was him or his future self, they were both him. As the saying went, you learn from the person you follow. Back then, the future self had taught Yi Xian for 100,000 years. It could be said that he had completely inherited Yi Xian's personality. Ruthless, vicious, and crazy enough. He had completely inherited these three traits from Yi Xian. This also made Yi Xian taste what it meant to suffer the consequences of one's own actions. To marry or not to marry? At this moment, an extremely difficult problem was placed in front of Yi Xian. He did not know how to choose. If he married Yi Qingmei, then he would be the so-called heavenly husband. It could be said that the entire Sky Palace of Extreme Love would have to listen to his orders. Furthermore, the other experts would also have to be wary of him. It could be said that he would be able to reach the heavens in one step. If he did not marry her, with Yi Qingmei's personality, she would definitely do as she said. She would not let him leave even if she had to burn both jade and common stone. He would probably be trapped here with her for the rest of his life until the chaos was destroyed. In reality, Yi Xian understood very well that the benefits of marrying Yi Qingmei were great. However, Yi Xian was a very strong-willed person and a man. He did not want to rely on a woman to rise up, and he did not want to rely on a woman to protect him. This was very difficult for Yi Xian to accept. However, now that the problem was placed in front of him, there was no way for him to escape. He could only choose one path. "Sir, do you know that Yi Qingmei has already sent our wedding invitations to all the orthodoxies? In 3,000 years, we will be married. No matter how strong the sects are, they will all come to congratulate us. If we do not get married in 3,000 years, then I, Yi Qingmei, will become the biggest joke in history," the extreme love master said bitterly in a low voice. Whether it was coercion or deep love, Yi Qingmei had sent out wedding invitations. She had used her dignity as the strongest of all time to bet on a future. Even if she lost, she would have no regrets. This was her way of doing things. As the strongest of all time, if Yi Xian refused to marry her, Yi Qingmei would become a joke among the strongest. Even the strongest of all time would become a laughingstock. Yi Qingmei had forced herself into a dead end. It could be said that she was cutting off all means of retreat. This extreme method of doing things stunned even Yi Xian. Yi Qingmei was indeed forcing him, but wasn't she also forcing herself? Deep thought. Speechlessness. Yi Xian was completely silent. No one knew what he was thinking. "Sir, I know that your best friend is called Lu Bai. He is currently cultivating in the heaven-mending sect. I have already sent someone to send the wedding invitation. He will be our wedding witness. There are other strongest of all time as well. In 3,000 years, they will come one by one. No matter what their intentions are, I will not allow them to touch you. Even if the extreme love heavenly palace no longer exists, I, Yi Qingmei, will let the world know that you are my husband." Yi Qingmei's voice was powerful and resonant. She had tender feelings for Yi Xian, but she also had the spirit of a strongest of all time. She looked at Yi Xian, who was silent. She bit her lips and said in a low voice, "Sir, I was the one who bowed just now. If you really don't want to marry me, I will not force you. I will let you leave, 3,000 years. I will give you 3,000 years to think about it. When the time comes, I will wait for you at the wedding. If you are willing to marry me, I will wait for you there. If you are not willing to marry me, then you can leave quietly." Yi Qingmei whispered in a lonely voice. She quietly disappeared from the extreme love heavenly palace. Only Yi Xian was left alone. 3,000 years. Yi Xian had to make a choice in 3,000 years. No matter what he chose, Yi Qingmei would respect his decision. What a crazy woman. After dozens of breaths, Yi Xian let out a long sigh and murmured bleakly. In the end, Yi Qingmei spoke very casually and gave him 3,000 years to think about it. No matter what choice Yi Xian made, she would let Yi Xian leave. However, Yi Xian knew that Yi Qingmei would do something crazy for him. Perhaps 3,000 years later, it would not be a wedding banquet, but an unimaginable calamity for all living things because Yi Qingmei was too similar to him. Chapter 1354. The chaos shook as if the heavens were falling and the earth was sinking. An extremely unfamiliar name was also known by all in the chaos. Yi Xian. This was an unfamiliar name and a person that no one knew. However, because the extreme love master was marrying this person, Yi Xian's name spread at an unimaginable speed. Since the birth of the chaotic universe until the 10th Yuan Hui, there were only two female supreme beings. One was the master of human Tao and the other was the extreme love master. Women were weak to begin with. To be able to become a supreme being of all ages was to be respected by all in the chaos. Now that the extreme love master was marrying someone else, the entire chaotic world was going to explode. Moreover, the extreme love master was marrying a small cultivator. This was simply unimaginable and incomprehensible. There were those who were surprised, those who were jealous, those who felt that it was a fantasy, and those who could not believe it made up the majority. However, when the wedding invitations from the Extreme Love Heavenly Palace were sent to all the great orthodoxies and even the supreme sects, this news was finally confirmed. For a moment, the chaos shook and everyone's attention was focused on this wedding. Even the battle of the Great Path that had just begun was suppressed by this news. The Space-Time Temple. The Space-Time Master held the wedding invitation and was extremely shocked. He fell into deep thought. His brows were tightly knitted and worry flashed across his eyes. Nonsense, this is simply nonsense. Is the Extreme Love Master crazy? The Space-Time Master whispered angrily. The space-time power around him became chaotic. The Space-Time Master knew very well what kind of person Yi Xian was. Not to mention his future, just the secrets that he contained were enough for the other supreme beings of all ages to see him as a piece of juicy meat. Now that the Extreme Love Master was marrying him as his wife, this seemed extremely absurd. However, what would the other supreme beings think? Without a doubt, everyone would think that the Extreme Love Master was controlling Yi Xian. How could the other supreme beings allow this? What supreme being's wedding? What eternal feast? These were all bullshit. Even before the two of them got married, this so-called supreme being's wedding would turn into a slaughterhouse. The supreme beings would even fight among themselves. This Extreme Love Master is too reckless. This is simply nonsense. The Space-Time Master was extremely helpless. However, things had already developed to this point. The Extreme Love Master had made this matter known to the entire city. Even if the Space-Time Master wanted to stop it, it was too late. Another disaster. The Space-Time Master let out a long sigh, and the wedding invitation in his hand turned to ash. No matter what, he had to personally come to the scene. He could only hope that this disaster would disappear without a trace. Undying Heaven Palace. Interesting, very interesting. I was just thinking of looking for Yi Xian. I didn't expect Extreme Love to act so quickly. Let's see how you'll protect him after 3,000 years. Said Qing Han. He had to get Yi Xian. The Extreme Love Master had sent someone to deliver the wedding invitation. In the Undying Heaven Master's eyes, this was a provocation. The Extreme Love Master was declaring her control over Yi Xian. Boom! The wedding invitation in his hand turned into ashes. A sinister light flashed through the eyes of the Undying Heaven Lord. He sat cross-legged and didn't say anything. The moment he awoke from his cultivation, it would be time for him to head to the Extreme Emotion Heavenly Hall. A mere 3,000 years was an extremely long time in the eyes of mortals. However, in the eyes of the utmost powerful beings, it was merely the blink of an eye. Naturally, the Undying Heaven Lord could afford to wait. 10,000 Spirits Sky Palace. Wedding. The Lord of all spirits whispered. The light of myriad spirits rippled. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. No one knew what he was thinking. This Yi Xian is truly a nemesis of the utmost powerful. It seems that I have to take action this time. Since the Lord of all spirits had promised Yi Xian, he would fulfill his promise. However, this was also a challenge for him. He also wanted to see who was stronger and who was weaker in the face of these utmost powerful beings. He had attained the Tao in the current era and controlled the 10th Eon. With the laws of primal chaos around him, the Lord of all spirits didn't fear any great enemy. He was born in an invincible position. Naturally, he had to be present at this wedding. Heaven-devouring Devil Palace. This tribulation transcender technique is indeed powerful. It's very compatible with my heaven-devouring demonic art. However, this Yi Xian is truly troublesome. It seems that I have to go personally. The heaven-devouring Devil Lord was slowly breathing. With the tribulation transcender technique, his cultivation had increased once again. The hidden dangers of the heaven-devouring demonic art had been eliminated. At this moment, he could be said to be extremely ambitious. He believed that sooner or later, he would become the number one utmost powerful being. He might even surpass the strongest throughout history and become a taboo character. At the same time, in the Primal Chaos Temple, the Destiny Temple, and the Human Tao Temple, these utmost powerful beings read the contents of the wedding invitation one after another. Everyone's mood was different, but without exception, all of them would attend the wedding of the utmost powerful beings 3,000 years later. It wasn't just these utmost powerful beings. For example, the Heaven-Mending sect and other great sects were discussing this matter at this moment. They were also preparing for the wedding of the utmost powerful beings 3,000 years later. No matter what secrets there were, these great sects had to prepare generous gifts for the wedding of the utmost powerful beings. Otherwise, if the gifts were too light, they would lose the face of these great sections. Heaven-Mending sect. The heavenly gate was vast and resplendent. Rumble. The tightly closed heavenly gate opened with a rumble. A peerless figure in white walked out. The Heaven-Mending sect's sect master had been waiting outside for a long time with a wedding invitation in his hand. What's the matter? At this moment, Lu Bai was calm, neither happy nor sad. He was as unfathomable as a celestial being. One couldn't see any cultivation aura around him, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. Your cultivation level? The Heaven-Mending sect's sect master asked in astonishment. Even with his immortal realm cultivation level, he couldn't tell what level Lu Bai's cultivation level was at. Moreover, when he looked at Lu Bai, he actually felt his soul trembling slightly. Tao seeking. It was short, powerful, and extremely plain. However, these two simple words caused the Heaven-Mending sect's sect master to suck in a breath of cold air. He took 3 steps back in succession and was completely stunned on the spot. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if you have a chaotic spiritual body, you actually crossed the yin-yang realm and the half-step Tao-seeking realm in such a short time. How could you directly enter the Tao-seeking realm? The Heaven-Mending sect's sect master said in astonishment. He simply couldn't believe that Lu Bai was telling the truth. No matter how strong a chaotic spiritual body was, there was a limit to it. It required time to accumulate cultivation. However, Lu Bai's situation was simply unheard of. Not to mention Lu Bai, even the heaven-devouring demon master could not compare to Lu Bai's speed of cultivation in the past. A celestial being, a celestial being. The Heaven-Mending sect's sect master roared excitedly after recovering from his shock. His eyes were shining with extreme excitement. Looking at Lu Bai before him, he felt as if he was looking at the most powerful expert of the next Yuan Hui. Why did you call me out of seclusion? Ever since the prodigy's banquet, Lu Bai's attitude towards the Heaven-Mending sect's sect master had become extremely cold. If it weren't for some old friendship, he wouldn't even talk to the Heaven-Mending sect's sect master. Chapter 1355. Yi Xian. Yi Xian is about to get married. Bu Tian quickly woke up and told Lu Bai about this. At the mention of Yi Xian, Lu Bai's originally calm expression instantly changed. He waved his hand and pulled the invitation from sect master Bu Tian's hands, then quickly flipped through it. The Lord of Extreme Love wants to marry him, so he specially sent someone to deliver an invitation. Because you're Yi Xian's best brother, the Lord of Extreme Love hopes that you can be their witness. Sect Master Bu Tian quickly said. Brother Yi is about to get married? And to the Empress of Extreme Love? Lu Bai closed the invitation and was stunned on the spot. He frowned slightly because he knew Yi Xian's personality very well. He was not someone who would live off a woman. Impossible. With Brother Ye's personality, he would not agree to this marriage. I'm afraid the Empress of Extreme Love is forcing him, Lu Bai calmly said. Bai, whether or not the Empress of Extreme Love forced him, he can become her husband. This is the same as having a backer. You should be happy for him. Even though Butian was also confused about why the Empress of Extreme Love wanted to marry Yi Xian, it was still much better than Yi Xian causing trouble everywhere. If Lu Bai was dragged into this, it would be even more unbearable. Happy? Lu Bai slowly shook his head. His entire aura became cold, and an indescribable light flashed across his body. I know what kind of person Brother Yi is. This wedding is definitely not what he wants. However, it doesn't matter. These ancient powerhouses are too arrogant. Even though I cannot compare to them right now, it doesn't mean I don't have a way to deal with them. Boom! All of a sudden, Lu Bai waved his hand, and a hole appeared in the sky with a loud bang. A black banner fell from the sky and landed firmly in his hand. Buzz! When the black banner entered his hand, the world suddenly shook. An extremely terrifying light of death erupted, causing the world to distort. The terrifying might it contained was simply shocking to the extreme. What kind of divine weapon is this? In just an instant, Sect Master Butian felt his hair stand on end. Even though he was in the immortal realm, he still felt his heart skip a beat when he saw this black banner. His body and mind trembled violently as if this mysterious black banner contained an unimaginable terror. I call it the Origin Annihilation. It's a treasure that I obtained by chance, and it's also a gift for these ancient powerhouses, Lu Bai said calmly. Annihilation? Sect Master Butian asked in astonishment. It had to be known that Lu Bai had always been in seclusion and had not even taken half a step out of the heavenly gate. Where had he obtained this mysterious weapon? Moreover, why do I feel fear and trepidation, as if this black banner called Origin Annihilation could annihilate my body and soul? Unfortunately, Lu Bai didn't answer Sect Master Butian's question. He only held the black banner in his hand, and an indifferent light flashed through his eyes. If the 10 ancient powerhouses or even Yi Xian were here, they would definitely be shocked to find that the black banner in Lu Bai's hand contained the same power as the shadow of eternity. It was an incomprehensible aura of death. However, no one knew how Lu Bai obtained this item except for himself. Perhaps this mystery would be solved in the future. What do you want to do? Don't act recklessly. Sect Master Butian instantly woke up because he saw Lu Bai's cold expression and the black banner in his hand. Clearly, he didn't come with good intentions. 3,000 years later, Sect Master Butian doesn't need to send anyone to congratulate him. I can go alone. Lu Bai held the banner and entered the heavenly gate again. The heavenly gate closed with a rumble, and his figure completely disappeared from Sect Master Butian's sight. Sigh. Sect Master Butian was stunned for a while. In the end, he could only let out a long sigh. In the past, he could still see through Lu Bai, but now, he felt that Lu Bai was like a fog that was completely out of his control. Sect Master Butian knew that this wasn't a good thing, but what made him slightly happy was that Lu Bai's cultivation speed was simply too shocking. He probably wouldn't even need to wait until the next Yuan Hui to become a half-step supreme expert. Once the 11th Yuan Hui opened, he would instantly reach enlightenment in the next Yuan Hui. Let him be. As long as he becomes a supreme expert, my heaven-mending sect will also rise to the heavens. Nothing else matters. Sect Master Butian comforted himself. Time was like water, passing in the blink of an eye. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Extreme emotion heavenly palace. Red clouds covered the sky as an ancient bell rang. Streaks of 9-colored clouds traversed the heavens and earth as a rain of flowers fell from the sky. Golden lotuses rose from the boundless earth as tens of thousands of golden rays reached the heavens and the earth. It was a display of the supreme strength of the orthodoxies, causing people to feel extremely shocked when they looked at it from afar. The Extreme Love Palace was ranked towards the bottom of the 10 supreme orthodoxies. Their overall strength couldn't compare to the undying heaven of the heaven-devouring evil hall. However, a supreme orthodoxy was still a supreme orthodoxy. Its lineup couldn't be underestimated. Auspicious colors gathered at the top of the clouds. Countless figures sat in a circle in all directions. Above the boundless auspicious clouds in the center, there were bright red flowers and red carpets. There was even a row of peerless beauties serving as maids, giving off an extremely breathtaking feeling. At the end of the red carpet, the Extreme Love Master sat quietly on a phoenix throne in a phoenix coronet. Her head was covered with a red cloth, so no one could see her expression. There was a dragon throne next to her. It was clearly reserved for Yi Xian. At this moment, all was silent. The entire wedding was silent. All the orthodoxies had gathered to congratulate him. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Lord of Extreme Love. Silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The wedding that was supposed to be lively and festive was so quiet that it made people nervous. This was because the Extreme Love Master sat alone. The other main character didn't appear next to her at all. Wait in silence. Whether it was the orthodoxies or the people of the Extreme Love Palace, everyone was waiting for Yi Xian's arrival. This was because the focus of the day was only on Yi Xian and the Extreme Love Master. Time was nothing to the cultivators present. However, only an hour had passed, but everyone felt as if they had gone through 30,000 years or even 300,000 years. It was depressing, silent, and heavy. The occasion that was supposed to be festive was not lively at all. Instead, it felt extremely depressing. Of course, this depressing feeling was not created by themselves. It was brought to them by one person. And this person was the Extreme Love Master, who sat in the center of the wedding. Although she didn't reveal any of her strongest powers, an extremely depressing aura was emitted from her body. It affected everyone. "Sir, will you marry me?" Under the red cloth, the Extreme Love Master bit her lips. Her eyes were in a daze as she recalled every detail of the past. Even if she was the strongest of all time, she was still a woman in the end, a woman who was deeply in love. She didn't want to become the strongest of all time, she only wanted to become his woman. She had waited bitterly for 3 yuan hui. Chapter 1356. On the other side, in the heavenly palace of extreme love, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the air. His entire being was calm. There was only an oppressive aura around him. At that moment, the doors to the heavenly palace of extreme love were open. He could leave if he wanted to. But Yi Xian did not do that. He looked at the wedding scene. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. 3,000 years. 3,000 years. To Yi Xian, 3,000 years was not long. It was just the blink of an eye. However, Yi Xian was absolutely certain that these 3,000 years were a type of torture for him. It was a type of speechless torment, as if 3 months had passed. He still had not made a decision. He asked himself, should I marry the master of extreme love? According to Yi Xian's thoughts, he did not want to marry the master of extreme love because he had no feelings for her. This was all because of his future self. But Yi Xian knew very well that he was his future self, and his future self was him. They were both himself. It was just that they were in different time and space. To be honest, Yi Xian was very touched. He was very touched. This was because Yi Qingmei had taken out her dignity to bet. If she won, she could marry Yi Xian as his wife. If she lost, her reputation would be ruined. She was the strongest of all time. She was someone who was respected by all in the chaos. She sent out invitations to all in the chaos and announced that she was going to marry someone. If the person who was going to marry her ran away, even if she was the strongest of all time, she would become the biggest joke in the chaos. Don't think that the reputation of being the strongest throughout the ages wasn't important. It was truly too important because they were invincible existences in the chaotic universe, and they had even been the rulers of a Yuan Hui. If they were reduced to a laughingstock, how would she face the chaotic universe? The stakes were too high. It was so high that Yi Qingmei would never be able to recover. Yi Xian knew this very well. That was why he hesitated. He did not want to hurt Yi Qingmei, but he also did not want to make things difficult for himself. At the center of the wedding, the golden sun had already risen, and the scorching sunlight shone down, but it could not disperse the hazy atmosphere in the venue, nor could it make anyone feel warm. This kind of silent suppression was too frightening. No one knew what would happen next, and no one dared to discuss why the person whom the extreme love master wanted to marry did not appear. At this moment, everyone experienced what it meant to pass a day like a year. This kind of oppressive atmosphere would really cause cracks to appear in their Tao hearts, but no one dared to take even half a step away. That was because this was the wedding of a supreme being. If anyone dared to overstep their boundaries in the slightest, they would definitely not have a good ending, even if it was not to say that they would commit murder on this joyous day. Chi! Suddenly, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. A white-robed figure suddenly appeared before the extreme love master, breaking the deathly silence. How dare you! Lu Bai's sudden appearance immediately caused the Almighty of the Extreme Love Heavenly Palace to shout. However, before the Almighty could do anything, the Extreme Love Heavenly Master stood up from her phoenix throne. Although she did not lift the red veil, her voice was heard. You must be Lu Bai. Lord Extreme Love asked calmly. Where is Brother Yi? Even in the face of a supreme being of all ages, Lu Bai was still calm and composed. He only spoke calmly, but his peerless demeanor was not inferior to a supreme being of all ages. Hiss. The sound of people inhaling cold breaths could be heard continuously. This was because Lu Bai's temperament was too extraordinary. He was fearless even in the face of a supreme being of all ages. No one would believe that such a person did not have a background. I don't know if he will come, but you are the witness of our wedding. Wait with me for his arrival. Perhaps because she loved the house, the Extreme Love Master did not blame Lu Bai even if he did not show the slightest bit of humility. At this moment, her mind was filled with Yi Xian's figure. No one else could see the anxiety in her heart. All right. Lu Bai did not seem surprised. He stood sideways and closed his eyes to rest. His clothes fluttered slightly in the wind, attracting a lot of attention. It was not entirely accurate to say that Lu Bai's demeanor was only due to his chaotic spirit body. He always had an indescribable temperament, as if he was the brightest star in the chaotic starry sky. Time passed little by little. The golden sun in the sky slowly poured down, and the hot sunlight became more and more intense. However, Yi Xian did not appear for a long time. Extreme Love's wedding. I am a little surprised. Rumble. His body was like heaven and earth, and his voice was like a loud bell. A stalwart figure walked out from the starry sky. In just an instant, this person appeared in the center of the wedding banquet. Greetings to the undying Heaven Lord. When this person appeared in the center of the banquet, all the guests hurriedly stood up and bowed to the undying Heaven Lord. Their voices were like a tsunami. The supreme being of all ages was respected by all beings. This was the iron law of the chaos. Every supreme being of all ages controlled a Yuan Hui. Naturally, they would be worshipped wherever they went. Boom! Dark clouds covered the sky, rumbling and rolling. The mountains and rivers within 80,000 miles were extremely distorted. A terrifying crack opened in the sky, and the sky-devouring demon master was walking out. Greetings to the sky-devouring demon master. When the second supreme being of all ages arrived, it immediately caused a series of gasps. All the guests hurriedly greeted him respectfully. They did not dare to neglect him at all. Some of the weak-minded people's legs were trembling, and extreme fear flashed across their eyes. If the arrival of the undying Heaven Lord shocked everyone, then the arrival of the sky-devouring Demon Master terrified them. This was because the sky-devouring Demon Master's fierce reputation was too terrifying. During the 7th Yuan Hui, he almost turned the chaotic world into a land of death. The massacre he caused was simply appalling. Extreme love, where is Yi Xian? The sky-devouring Demon Master ignored the others and looked at the Extreme Love Master indifferently. Unfortunately, the Extreme Love Master did not answer. This made the sky-devouring Demon Master frown slightly, but he did not say anything. After all, he was not here today to make things difficult for Yi Xian. He was here to fulfill the deal he made with Yi Xian. Dong! 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 Heaven and earth trembled. Almost at the same time, 3 supreme beings appeared in the center of the venue. They were the Master of Human Tao, the Master of Destruction, and the Master of all Spirits. Before the guests could recover from their shock, the 3 figures strolled over from the horizon. They were the 3 supreme beings of all ages who were known as the most powerful beings of the chaotic universe by the Master of all Spirits. Chaos, destiny, space-time. The arrival of the 3 supreme beings made everyone completely silent. Soon, the sound of worship was heard again, but an unimaginably heavy atmosphere filled the entire venue. The 9 supreme beings gathered together. This was simply something that had never happened before. How could this not make the guests tremble? Some of the smarter ones even faintly felt a sense of death. Chapter 1357. But for some reason, the 10 strongest were all silent. The entire venue was eerily quiet, and the Extreme Love Master, as the main character, was still sitting on the Phoenix throne. Perhaps it was a tacit understanding, or perhaps it was the calm before the storm, but the 10 strongest did not make a sound. Naturally, the guests did not dare to make any noise. Who are you? Suddenly, the Master of Chaos's gaze fell on Lu Bai. His breath stopped for a moment, and his Chaos Dharma eyes flashed as if there was something on Lu Bai that he was interested in. Lu Bai. Lu Bai's white robe was otherworldly and untainted. Even though the 10 strongest of all time were beside him, and even though the Master of Chaos was asking him a question, Lu Bai was still calm and composed, as if the strongest of all time were just rotten wood. Are you willing to be my disciple? The Master of Chaos's eyes moved slightly, but when his words rang out, the other strongest were stunned and immediately focused their attention on Lu Bai. Even the Extreme Love Master, who had been waiting for Yi Xian to appear, was shocked. The Master of Chaos was the first strongest to be born, and he knew many secrets about the chaotic universe. Now that he wanted to take Lu Bai as his disciple, it was definitely not as simple as it seemed. This person is strange. The Master of Fate said in shock because he could not see the trajectory of Lu Bai's fate with his Dharma eyes of fate. This shocked him to the core. The chaotic universe had 12 periods, and now it was the 10th period. The Master of Fate was known to control the fate of all living beings. Lu Bai was the second person whose fate he could not see clearly, and the first was naturally Yi Xian. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can there be 2 anomalies in the chaotic universe at the same time? They are completely out of the control of the laws of fate. Even though the Master of Fate was emotionless, he was still shocked. His Dharma eyes of fate repeatedly checked Lu Bai, but he could not get any useful information. Are you willing to be my disciple? The Master of Chaos asked again with a slight frown. Lu Bai did not say anything other than his name, as if he was invisible. No. These 2 simple words came out of Lu Bai's mouth. His eyes were still and calm, but when he said these words, it immediately caused an uproar. Many guests even angrily rebuked him. How dare you? The Master of Primal Chaos has taken you in as his disciple. This is a great opportunity for you. How dare you be so impudent? Kneel. How dare you? All kinds of angry voices could be heard, but Lu Bai chose to ignore them. It was as if they were nothing more than air in his eyes. Come here, let this lord take a closer look at your secrets. Boom! The Master of Fate raised his 5 fingers and tried to grab Lu Bai. However, before he could even touch Lu Bai, a 9-colored ray of light shot towards the Master of Fate. Bang! The world shook and the void exploded. A terrifying crack appeared and the surrounding world instantly distorted. The 2 supreme forces showed signs of spreading in all directions. The mountains and rivers within hundreds of millions of miles would probably be turned into ashes. When the supreme forces attacked, they could destroy the world. This was not just a saying. If this kind of supreme force spread out, other than the supreme forces present, all living things would be turned into ashes. Suppress. The Master of Primal Chaos attacked and suppressed the crack in an instant, quietly dispelling this silent calamity. Extreme love, what is the meaning of this? The Master of Fate asked coldly. It was the Extreme Love Master who had stopped him. Otherwise, Lu Bai would have fallen into his hands. He is the witness of my marriage with Yi Xian. If you dare to touch him, you will have to go through me. The Extreme Love Master pulled down the red veil. His face was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent and hostility. You. Looking at the Extreme Love Master's cold eyes, even the Master of Fate who was emotionless was shocked. What kind of gaze was this? Killing intent, madness, and viciousness. It contained an extremely frightening feeling. It was as if the Extreme Love Master before him had turned into a crazy beast without intelligence. He could go on a rampage at any time without caring about his own life and death and take him down with him. At this moment, the Master of Fate retreated. It was not that he was afraid of the Extreme Love Master, but he realized that there was something wrong with the Extreme Love Master today. He did not want to be the one to stand out. Supreme. That's all there is to it. In such a solemn atmosphere, Lu Bai was extremely calm. He even glanced at the Master of Fate indifferently and spoke with contempt. Lu Bai's words not only offended the Master of Fate, but also the other Supreme Force's expressions changed. This included them as well. What was going on now? Could the Supreme Forces be so disregarded and humiliated? One Yi Xian was enough. Now, another one had appeared. Could it be that the dignity of the Supreme Forces of all time was so weak? The same question appeared in the hearts of these Supreme Forces. This immediately made their expressions turn ugly. However, with the Extreme Love Master protecting Lu Bai, these Supreme Forces could only bear with it for now. This was because these Supreme Forces of all time knew very well why they were here. Yi Xian had not appeared yet. There was no need to confront the Extreme Love Master because of Lu Bai. Silence. Silence. An eerie silence. The entire wedding venue fell silent once again. The silent atmosphere from before grew again. The Extreme Love Master returned to her phoenix throne. However, this time, her red veil had been removed, revealing her stunning beauty. Time passed little by little. The golden sun in the sky was setting in the west. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the heavenly palace of extreme love. The golden sun was about to set, and the night was about to envelop this world. Unfortunately, a full day had passed, and Yi Xian still did not appear. Even when the waning moon rose into the sky, and the bright moonlight shone on the ground, there was still no sign of Yi Xian. The supreme force of all time actually allowed the groom to run away on the day of the wedding. This is the biggest joke in the world. Finally, the undying Heaven Lord could not bear it any longer. He sneered and mocked because he no longer had the patience to wait. Extreme love, the dignity of the supreme forces of all time cannot be insulted. "Where is your groom?" the Destruction Master asked coldly. Although the other supreme forces did not say anything, each of them had a different expression. Some were laughing, while others were embarrassed. Regardless of whether they had any grudges with the Extreme Love Master, the Extreme Love Master was also a supreme force of all time. At this moment, they had waited for a full day, but the groom still had not appeared. This was simply ridiculous. It was a disgrace to the title of Supreme Force of all time. Chapter 1358. It was fine if the strongest did not speak, but when the Lord of Deathless and the Lord of Destruction asked coldly, it immediately caused an uproar. The guests from all sides began to discuss unconsciously, and they looked at the Extreme Love Master with strange eyes. She ran away from the wedding. That's impossible. The Extreme Love Master sent out wedding invitations, and this news has spread all over the chaotic world. If she really ran away from the wedding, then where is the Extreme Love Master's face? I think she really ran away from the wedding. Otherwise, why hasn't the groom appeared after a day? That's right, he must have run away from the marriage. However, this Yi Xian really has guts. He actually dared to do such a muddle-headed bastard thing. This is simply ruining the reputation of the Extreme Love Master. Suddenly, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The guests from all sides whispered, and this spread was extremely fast. In an instant it spread to the whole venue, and the whole wedding banquet hall began to become noisy. At this moment, the Extreme Love Master sat on the phoenix chair. Even when faced with the contemptuous eyes of the guests from all sides and the strongest of all time, she did not speak or move, and there was no shame on her face. "Sir, do you really not want me anymore?" At this moment, the Extreme Love Master's eyes were in a trance, and her heart was already sour to the extreme. Her star-like eyes were filled with mist, as if a drop of tears would flow out at any time. However, the Extreme Love Master could not cry. She really could not cry, because she was the strongest of all time. Even if she was about to lose her reputation, she could not cry, because this was her last dignity. However, she loved people very much, but she would forget about love to the heavens. The Extreme Love Master created the power of extreme love, and the person she loved was Yi Xian. Although she was the strongest of all time, and had once controlled a Yuan Hui, she was still a woman trapped by love. A drop of tear flowed out from her eye socket, down her cheek, and dripped to the ground. This teardrop was crystal clear and contained the sorrow of the Extreme Love Master. She really didn't want to cry, but she couldn't control herself because she was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe. She waited bitterly for 3 Yuan Hui, but the final result made her disheartened. What was left of her dignity was gone. You. At this moment, Lu Baiyi's expression suddenly changed. He originally regarded the Extreme Love Master as an enemy, but when he saw the drop of tear, his heart trembled violently, and his breath instantly stagnated. She really loved Brother Yi. At this moment, Lu Baiyi whispered in his heart. He had already felt the Extreme Love Master's love for Yi Xian. The sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Everyone was shocked. The Extreme Love Master was the focus of everyone's attention. When she shed a tear, all the guests saw it clearly. What a joke, what a joke. This is the biggest joke in the world. You, the Lord of Extreme Love, actually had someone run away from your wedding on the day of your wedding. You are simply laughable to the extreme. You are smearing the reputation of all of us supreme beings, the Lord of Destruction rebuked coldly. Extreme Love, your little lover has already escaped. Tell me where he is and I will personally capture him. At that time, I will definitely avenge you. The undying Heaven Lord strode towards the Extreme Love Master. He looked at the Extreme Love Master with ridicule and contempt. Today, the Extreme Love Master's reputation was ruined. The undying Heaven Lord completely looked down on the Extreme Love Master. It was an insult to the title of Extreme Love. However, although the Extreme Love Master had become a joke, Yi Xian must be obtained. This was also the undying Heaven Lord's purpose in coming here. At this moment, the Extreme Love Master sat on the Phoenix throne. Her eyes were withered and lifeless. She had lost the vitality that a human should have. She gave off a lifeless feeling. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. At this moment, the Extreme Love Master's heart was dead. Perhaps she could be called a walking corpse. She had completely lost the courage to live. When an ordinary person lost the courage to live, that person would be extremely dangerous. They would do some incomprehensible and crazy things. And when an Extreme Love Master lost the courage to live, it would cause the greatest catastrophe in the history of the chaotic universe. It would affect all the creatures in the chaotic universe and overturn the entire chaotic universe. It was a catastrophe. You want to find Mr. You want to hurt him. At this moment, the Extreme Love Master slowly stood up from the Phoenix throne. Her eyes were bloodshot. A violent and crazy aura flickered in the depths of her eyes. The extreme love power of the nine-colored godlight began to dim. The undying Heaven Lord was stunned. His face instantly turned serious. He retreated instantly. The undying Heaven Blade was instantly in his hand. He looked at the Extreme Love Master with fear in his eyes. Not only the undying Heaven Lord, but the expressions of the other utmost powerful beings changed as well. This was because something was wrong with the Extreme Love Master at this moment. The aura emanating from her body was terrifying to the extreme, giving them a vague sense of death. Extreme Love, calm down. Don't be rash. The Master of Time and Space's expression changed. He controlled the power of time and space and could even activate the river of time. He knew the past of Yi Xian and the Extreme Love Master very well. He had already noticed that the Extreme Love Master had entered an extremely crazy state. Mr. won't marry me. My waiting for 3 Yuan Hui is meaningless. My existence is meaningless. Since all of you want to hurt him, I'll drag all of you down with me before I die. I'll pave the way for Mr.'s Tong Tian Dao. The Extreme Love Master at this moment. No, she shouldn't be called the Extreme Love Master. She had already given up her dignity as an Extreme Love Master. She should be called Yi Qingmei now. She was just a girl who followed Mr. back then. She only wanted to pave the way for the Tong Tian Dao for the man she loved. Extreme love to man, forget love to heaven. Until death, heaven and earth will be buried together. Rumble. The nine-colored divine light pierced through the heavens and the earth. Yi Qingmei roared at the sky, and the power of extreme emotions was sublimated to the extreme. The entire chaotic universe was rumbling and shaking. The terrifying power of extreme emotions filled the heavens and the earth and had already affected the entire chaotic world. If she couldn't live for him, she would die for him. But she wouldn't sacrifice for nothing. She wanted to drag these Extreme Love Masters down with her so that Yi Xian could live on in peace. This was the last thing she could do. Are you crazy? The undead Heaven Lord roared in horror. She instantly cast a great spell. She wanted to leave this world. She wanted to escape from this terrifying place. It wasn't just the undead Heaven Lord. Even the other Extreme Love Masters were panicking. They all wanted to escape from this world. They no longer had any intention of coveting Yi Xian. It wasn't that they were afraid of the Extreme Love Master. They just didn't want to risk their lives with this crazy woman. It should be known that the Extreme Love Master of Time and the Extreme Love Master of Time and Space didn't care about his own life. The power of his self-destruction could destroy the entire 5 regions of chaos. Even the vast chaotic universe would be affected. Chapter 1359. At this moment, the Extreme Love Master was activating his own cultivation. He wanted to self-destruct. If they stayed here, it would be an act of suicide. No one had seen what would happen when an absolute love master self-destructed, but these absolute love masters knew one thing very well. Even if they could survive the explosion, they would be severely injured. Even if they wanted to recover, it would take several yuanlis. And now, it was already the 10th yuanlis. Before they could recover, the chaotic reincarnation would open. They couldn't open the door to reincarnation. That was why these absolute love masters were so terrified. None of you can leave. Yi Qingmei's murderous intent shot through the sky. When she reached the peak of her powers, she had already sealed off the entire heavenly palace of extreme love. Even if the most powerful cultivators of all time wanted to break through the seal, they would need some time to escape. Do you really want to fight to the death with us? The undying Heaven Lord returned. The undying heaven blade in his hand was bursting with nirvana blade light. Now that he had nowhere to run, he could only choose to fight to the death. Everyone, this crazy woman wants to die with us. Let's join forces and kill her. That's the only way we can be safe. The Destruction Master roared. This made the other absolute love masters overflow with killing intent. Clearly, this was the only solution. You lunatic, go to hell. The undying Heaven Lord attacked first. He couldn't wait for Yi Qingmei to self-destruct. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to attack. At the same time, the Destiny Master attacked. The merciless destiny power rushed towards the extreme love master. As for the other absolute love masters, they were hesitant. Clearly, they hadn't made a decision yet. She is Brother Ye's wife. Who dares to touch her? Boom! Lu Baiyi suddenly stood in front of the extreme love master. A black flag appeared in his hand. The broken flag was covered in blood. A mysterious death aura lingered around it. Lu Baiyi was not afraid at all. He was just an ant in the face of the attacks from the two strongest beings. However, he had the mysterious black flag in his hand, which was called the Origin Annihilation. This item had an unimaginable origin and could definitely stop these strongest beings. Rumble. The black flag fluttered, and the aura of death rippled. This mysterious death light came from the same source as the eternal shadow. In particular, the pitch-black bloodstain on the flag flickered with an extremely mysterious light. It had an incomprehensible power. Wang. The aura of death covered the sky, erasing everything. When the attacks of the two supreme beings landed, the mysterious black flag flickered crazily. The attacks of the two supreme beings were actually dissipated into nothingness. Forbidden item. The Lord of Primal Chaos muttered in shock. The way he looked at Lu Baiyi deepened. As for the Lord of Destiny and the undying Heaven Lord, they were shocked as well. They never thought that this puny cultivator would possess a forbidden item that could block off such a powerful attack. Wow! Suddenly, Lu Baiyi spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blasted away. Although the forbidden item in his hand had blocked the attack for the extreme love master, his cultivation was far too weak compared to the strongest of all time. He had suffered unimaginable damage. In the next moment, the mysterious black flag in Lu Baiyi's hand turned into ashes. This forbidden item had a long history and was related to the previous chaotic universe. However, no matter how strong it was, the strongest of all time were not to be trifled with. Moreover, it had withstood the attacks of two supreme beings. In the end, although the mysterious black flag had blocked the attack, it had turned into ashes and disappeared. After all, although the black flag contained the same aura of death as the eternal shadow, it was still an item. It could not be compared to the eternal shadow. Being able to block the attack was the limit of this forbidden item. Die, all of you. Suddenly, the Extreme Love Master's body swelled. The power of the Extreme Love Master had been raised to the extreme. The aura of burying heaven and earth burst forth. It was obvious that the Extreme Love Master had reached the critical point of self-destruction. Don't die. Although Lu Bai was severely injured, he had not yet fainted. He was anxious as he shouted at the Extreme Love Master. Extreme Love, don't. The Lord of Time and Space said anxiously. You crazy woman. The undying Heaven Lord cursed. I can't be with you in life, so when I die, I'll have you accompany me. At this moment, Yi Qingmei was extremely crazy. She had no intention of living. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to be buried here with these supreme beings of all time. This was the last thing she could do for Yi Xian. Rumble. The power of the Extreme Love Master covered the sky and earth. Even the law of chaos was collapsing. In just a short moment, the Extreme Love Master would self-destruct and drag everyone down with her. However, it was also at this moment that an ancient voice quietly sounded. Extreme Love, I'm coming. Dong! 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 Walking through the void, the world was silent. A slender figure walked out of the Extreme Love Heavenly Palace. With each step he took, the world trembled. Yi Xian wore a long black robe and had 3,000 strands of hair hanging behind his head. Under the influence of the power of extreme emotion, Yi Xian's hair slightly fluttered as he walked step by step towards the Lord of Extreme Emotion. Because of Yi Xian's appearance, the Extreme Love Master, who was about to self-destruct, finally froze in place. Her originally withered and lifeless eyes gradually regained their vitality. But she looked at Yi Xian in a daze. It was as if time and space were frozen in place. At this moment, all the stars in the vast sky fell to dust. The world sang, "Run away without a trace. Only when you see him do you know his brilliance." That year, he took her to sing in the sky. That year, he took her to roar in the vast ocean. That year, he took her across the starry sky and the universe. They traveled to the ends of the earth. Even if the sun, the moon, and the stars were in the sky, he would pluck them for her, just to make her smile. Drunk without knowing, the sky was like water. Full of dreams, suppressing the galaxy. In the end, she had to wake up from the dream. This dream remained in her memory until she waited bitterly for 3 yuan hui. Finally, she met him again today. Sir, I've waited for you for a long, long time. An instant was eternal, and the dream was empty. At this moment, the evil and madness on Yi Qingmei's body slowly dissipated. Her originally swollen body also gradually calmed down. I'm sorry. Yi Xian finally arrived in front of Yi Qingmei. He spoke in a low voice. He didn't know why he had come, nor did he know why he had to apologize to Yi Qingmei. Perhaps he couldn't bear it. Perhaps it was Yi Qingmei's obsession. Or perhaps it was Yi Xian who didn't want Yi Qingmei to die after doing so much for him. Originally, according to Yi Xian's personality, Yi Qingmei's death was a good thing for him. Not only could he get rid of this troublesome and infatuated woman, but he could also heavily injure these ancient powerhouses. For Yi Xian, this was all good and no harm. But in the end, Yi Xian still came because he couldn't betray his own heart. He also couldn't betray this woman who loved him dearly. Chapter 1360. Yi Xian's appearance made these people sigh in relief. They had never realized that Yi Xian was so cute. Just now, the Extreme Love Master had almost succeeded in self-destructing. If the Extreme Love Master had succeeded in self-destructing, then none of them would have had a good ending. Thinking of the danger just now, even as the strongest of all time, they couldn't help but inwardly suck in a cold breath. Sir, will you marry me? Yi Qingmei asked in a daze. When Yi Qingmei looked at Yi Xian in a daze as he said those words, everyone's gazes were focused on Yi Xian. Even the gazes of these ancient experts were extremely strange as they looked at Yi Xian. They were obviously waiting for his reply. I will. Yi Xian was not an indecisive person, and he was not one to drag his feet. Since he had come here, he had already made his choice, which explained everything. Tian Fu, please change your clothes. At some point, an old woman in yellow appeared in front of Yi Xian. She respectfully presented the red robe to him. Clearly, this red robe had been prepared for Yi Xian for a long time. Wait. Suddenly, Yi Qingmei waved the old woman away. A sad smile flashed across her face. She shook her head sadly and said, "Sir, you don't want to marry me. You just don't want to ruin my reputation, right?" At this moment, Yi Xian was stunned and speechless. He frowned slightly. He didn't want to hurt Yi Qingmei, but he also didn't want to go against his true feelings. Indeed, he didn't want to marry Yi Qingmei. He didn't want Yi Qingmei to die for him, and he didn't want this woman's reputation to be ruined for him. "I want to marry you." For the first time in his life, Yi Xian lied. This was his true lie, and it was a white lie. Although it went against Yi Xian's original intentions, he could only tell this lie. Yi Xian waved his hand. The red robe in the old woman's hand was worn on his body. He was already handsome to begin with. Coupled with the red wedding robe on his body, it added an invisible charm to him. "Sir." Hearing Yi Xian's lies and seeing Yi Xian's actions, Yi Qingmei was very, very moved. She gently stepped forward and wrapped her arms around the crook of Yi Xian's arm, slowly leaning her head against his chest. She had waited for an entire 3 yuan hui, and this moment had finally arrived. "Brother Yi." Lu Bai slowly walked over. No one knew Yi Xian better than him. He nodded slightly at Yi Xian. Although there was helplessness in his eyes, it was more of encouragement. A woman could die for him, and even ruin her reputation for him. This kind of affection was as precious as the eternal blue sky. Even Lu Bai was touched by it. "Brother Bai, please be our witness." Yi Xian cupped his hands and bowed. "All right." Lu Bai nodded slowly. Although his white robe was stained with blood and he was severely injured, it did not hinder his peerless demeanor. Heaven and earth are mysterious, and the universe is chaotic. Today, Yi Qingmei and Yi Xian are married. Lu Bai was announcing the marriage, and the entire place became extremely quiet. Even the most powerful people of all time who had bad intentions were silent and did not disturb the wedding. The newlyweds, dressed in red robes, stood hand in hand between heaven and earth. The wedding of the most powerful was naturally different from that of mortals. They only needed to pay their respects to the chaos of heaven and earth, and with the chaos of the universe as their witness, they could become husband and wife. At this moment, Yi Qingmei was very happy. She held tightly onto Yi Xian's arm. She no longer had the majesty of a powerful person. It was as if she had turned into the carefree little girl of the past. The most powerful people watching the ceremony all watched silently. At this time, they did not disturb them at all. They did not want to anger Yi Qingmei, this crazy woman. All beings bear witness, and the chaos serves as a witness. After paying your respects to the chaos, you two are husband and wife. Rumble. When Lu Bai finished speaking, an extremely shocking and strange thing happened. The entire chaos of the universe actually rumbled and vibrated. Strands of mysterious aura descended, causing the entire extreme love heavenly palace to fall into a peaceful atmosphere. Heavenly heart of chaos? How is this possible? How can the heavenly heart of chaos appear? What kind of joke is this? In the next moment, the most powerful people shouted in shock. Even the living beings watching from all directions were stunned. There were even sounds of people inhaling cold air continuously. Not to mention the most powerful people who were extremely shocked, even the extreme love master, who was deeply moved, was slightly stunned. Clearly, he was also stunned by this strange phenomenon. Heavenly heart of chaos? Yi Xian whispered in shock. He was completely stunned and speechless. Then, his brows were tightly knitted together. His heart was already in turmoil. What was the heavenly heart of chaos? The heavenly heart of chaos had another name, and that was the heart of Tao. It was also known as the heavenly heart of the Great Path. As the name implied, the heavenly heart of chaos was the will of the chaotic universe. The chaotic universe had 12 periods. Only one most powerful person could be born in each period. The one who was born had to be compatible with the heavenly heart of chaos. That was why they could become the most powerful person of all time. Every time the heavenly heart of chaos appeared, it was the birth of a most powerful person of all time. However, the person who achieved Tao in the 10th period was the Lord of all spirits. When he achieved Tao, he was already compatible with the heavenly heart of chaos. Logically speaking, the heavenly heart of chaos shouldn't appear in the 10th period. However, something unbelievable happened. In the 10th period, on the day of Yi Xian and Yi Qingmei's wedding, the heavenly heart of chaos actually appeared. It even descended with a peaceful aura, as if it was witnessing their wedding. Do it. In the next moment, the undying Heaven Lord's eyes turned red. It should be known that the heavenly heart of chaos appearing twice in a period was something that had never happened before. If they could seize the heavenly heart of chaos aura, they could completely create a most powerful person of all time. Although no one knew why the heavenly heart of chaos appeared, it was no longer important. What was important was that they had to seize this opportunity and truly grasp it in their own hands. Don't act rashly. Suddenly, the Lord of Chaos roared majestically. Unfortunately, the undying Heaven Lord didn't care at all. He directly used his most powerful technique to seize the heavenly heart of chaos aura. Crack! Suddenly, a golden lightning landed on the undying Heaven Lord's body, instantly turning him into a bloody mess. An unimaginably terrifying will also pressed down on the undying Heaven Lord's body. Wah! The undying Heaven Lord spat out a mouthful of blood. The undying heaven blade in his hand fell to the ground. At this moment, he felt as if he was facing the entire chaotic universe. It gave him a terrifying feeling of being on the verge of death. Fool, this heavenly heart is not the heavenly heart of chaos. This is the blessing of chaos, and it even contains the will of chaos. Are you courting death? The Lord of Chaos was, after all, the first paragon of all time to be born in the chaotic universe. He knew too many secrets about the chaotic universe. At this moment, he loudly rebuked the undying Heaven Lord. The blessing of chaos? The undying Heaven Lord's body trembled, and his mangled body instantly recovered. However, his eyes were filled with gloominess. Fortunately, he was a paragon of all time. Although he suffered a terrifying blow from the chaotic universe, it didn't hurt his foundation. Chapter 1361. The will of the Grand Tao of Chaos has descended. What a wedding of a paragon! The Master of Destiny frowned. Clearly, he understood something inside. This is the blessing of the chaotic universe. It represents the will of the chaotic universe. If anyone tries to steal the heavenly heart of chaos, even a paragon will die without a grave, the Master of Time and Space said coldly. How strange. It's just a wedding. Why would it draw out the heavenly heart of chaos and the will of the chaotic universe? The sky-devouring demon lord narrowed his eyes and murmured. Clearly, this matter was not so simple. It was just that no one could figure out the reason. As the witness of all living beings and the primal chaos, is there anyone who objects to this marriage? Liu Bai's expression was emotionless. His voice rang through the world. If no one objected to this marriage, then the two of them would formally become husband and wife after paying their respects to the primal chaos. I object. Suddenly, an extremely discordant voice rang out. This voice came from afar, and a pitch-black figure walked over step by step from afar. His terrifying aura was blooming to the extreme. The Lord of the Extreme Devil. The Master of Time and Space's expression changed slightly. A sliver of worry flashed through his eyes. He had already thought of this possibility before arriving at the wedding. He never thought that the thing he was worried about would still happen. Extreme love and extreme devil. There was only a single word difference between the two. Although there were coincidences in the world, the titles of extreme love and extreme devil among the paragons were definitely not as simple as a coincidence. At the same time, the guests fell silent. They all stared at the Lord of the Extreme Devil in surprise. Yi Qingmei's expression changed as well. She looked at the Lord of the Extreme Devil with a complicated gaze. Thump. 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 Solitary throughout the ages, the Extreme Devil and Extreme Devil were born. The winds and clouds changed. The bright white clouds turned pitch black. Only the dark, boundless figure strolled over. It was like the firmament of the universe, like an ancient star. The Lord of the Extreme Devil took a step forward and finally appeared at the center of the wedding. When he opened and closed his eyes, only terrifying demonic light flickered. He only had eyes for Yi Qingmei in front of him. Why do you object? As the witness of Yi Xian and Yi Qingmei's wedding, Liu Bai fully expressed his current identity. Even in the face of a paragon who objected to this marriage, he still asked calmly. He's not worthy. The Lord of the Extreme Devil suddenly looked at Yi Xian, and a sliver of terrifying killing intent appeared. It was as if the Lord of the Extreme Devil had some deep enmity with Yi Xian. If it were not for the fact that Yi Xian was right next to Yi Xian, he would have obliterated him long ago. Supreme Demon, don't mess around. Boom. Yi Qingmei's expression grew cold. She stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Xian. She looked at the Lord of the Supreme Devil with a fierce gaze, but there was also a trace of helplessness in her eyes. Qingmei, I don't like it when you call me Supreme Devil. I hope you can call me Su Bainang, the Supreme Devil Lord said bitterly. Okay, Su Bainang, this is the last time I call you that. Can you stop messing around? Yi Qingmei said. Nonsense. Ha ha ha. The Supreme Devil Lord was stunned for a moment, then he let out a wild laugh. His laughter was very bleak and carried with it an indescribable sorrow. He suddenly pointed at Yi Xian and said, Am I messing around, or is he messing around? Why? Tell me why. What right does he have to marry you? What right does he have to marry you? Have I done anything less than him? The Supreme Devil Lord roared madly. His demonic chi was extremely chaotic, and his entire person seemed to have sunk into madness. He was definitely not in a better state than Yi Qingmei, and in fact seemed to be even more serious. I'm sorry. Perhaps because she felt guilty, or perhaps because she couldn't bear it, but in the face of the Supreme Devil Lord's madness, Yi Qingmei could only spit out these three words. At this moment, the Supreme Devil Lord was extremely bitter. His demonic chi covered the sky, but it could not hide the deepest sorrow in his heart. Qingmei, you've waited for him for 3 full yuan hui, and I've also waited for you for 3 full yuan hui. Back then, you said you wanted to become the strongest of all time. You said you wanted to wait for his return. Fine, then I, Su Bainang, am willing to give up my position as the strongest of all time in the 8th yuan hui. I'll even hide myself and not fight with you. I'll only appear in the 9th yuan hui and become the strongest of all time. I've always been by your side, watching over you silently. I've been waiting for the day you change your mind. But today, you're going to marry him. You've finally waited for his return, but what am I, Su Bainang, worth? The Supreme Devil Lord roared madly. His demonic chi became more and more terrifying. His eyes were bright blood red. Clearly, all the emotions he'd suppressed for 3 yuan hui erupted today. Su Bainang, I once said that the only person I love is him. I've told you this a long time ago, Yi Qingmei exhaled slowly. Yeah, you only have him in your heart, but I only have you in my heart. I originally could have created the supreme spiritual force, but because of my obsession and feelings for you, I fell into the demonic path. That's why I became the Supreme Devil Lord. Is everything I've done unable to change your heart? The Supreme Devil Lord roared madly. Just what are you trying to do? Yi Qingmei's voice gradually turned cold. She discovered that the Supreme Devil Lord's gaze towards Yi Xian was extremely terrifying. It was filled with unprecedented killing intent. Qingmei, if he was the same as he was back then, with the cultivation of a supreme, Su Baining, would have turned around and left without another word. I would have loyally given you my blessings. The Lord of the Extreme Devil paused for a moment before his bewitched eyes suddenly fell onto Yi Xian. His voice was as cold as a 10,000-year-old river as he said, but look at him. He's only at the young birth realm. How can he be worthy of you? How can he be worthy of you? If you dare touch him in the slightest, our former friendship will be severed, Yi Qingmei said coldly. Friendship? The Supreme Devil Lord muttered in a daze. His lips curled into a demonic smile. So we only have friendship between us? Fine, fine, fine. Then I'll kill him and go to the Yellow Springs with you. Rumble. The Tong Tian pierced through the ground. The Supreme Devil Lord's terrifying aura rolled out in all directions. At this moment, the Supreme Devil Lord had completely gone mad. The demonic chi and killing intent that erupted from him were simply terrifying. If one were to ask who was the most feared of the 10 strongest, it would definitely be the sky-devouring demon lord. However, if one were to ask who was the most insane, it would definitely be the Supreme Devil Lord. The Supreme Devil. As the name implied, he was a completely demonic person. He was a person who looked up to heaven from hell. He yearned for a glimmer of light in his heart, but he threw himself into the darkness. The Supreme Devil should not exist in the primal chaos. This was because a person of the Supreme Devil Lord had no rationality to speak of. His heart was devoid of light, and he could not possibly become the strongest of all time. The Supreme Devil Lord, Su Baining, was in the darkness. His only source of light was the Supreme Devil Lord, Yi Qingmei. This was why he could maintain his rationality and use his deepest obsession to become the strongest of all time in the 9th period. However, today, his last remaining glimmer of light was about to dissipate. This was because the person Yi Qingmei liked had returned. He truly did not have the slightest chance. His entire being was about to enter the darkness and become the most demonic person in the world. Yi Xian, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. Otherwise, Su Baining, will look down on you, the Supreme Devil Lord roared madly at Yi Xian. Chapter 1362. Extreme Murderous Intent, the Wrath of the Extreme Demon. Tongtian's light of the Extreme Demon filled the sky. The Lord of the Extreme Demon walked step by step towards Yi Xian. Yi Qingmei shielded Yi Xian behind her. She had already released the power of extreme emotion. Clearly, she could not allow the Lord of the Extreme Demon to harm Yi Xian in the slightest. This is between me and him. Suddenly, Yi Xian stepped forward. He gently pushed Yi Qingmei aside. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He looked at the Lord of the Extreme Demon without any fear. Sir. Yi Qingmei's expression changed. She was about to pull Yi Xian behind her, but before she could do anything, Yi Xian's voice rang out. Whether in the past, present, or future, Yi Xian is not someone who hides behind a woman. This concerns my dignity and my pride, Yi Xian said softly. I. At this moment, Yi Xian's back seemed familiar to Yi Qingmei. Her eyes began to glaze over. A feeling that made her heart tremble silently grew in her. Sir, you. Yi Qingmei stared at Yi Xian's back and said in a daze. She seemed to see that person from all those years ago. The same back, the same temperament. If there really was a difference, perhaps it was just that the two of them were not in the same time period. Brother Yi. Lu Bai stepped forward. He could not let Yi Xian throw his life away. His deep eyes turned slightly. A mysterious light quietly flashed through them. Brother Bai, don't worry. I won't die yet. Before Lu Bai stepped forward, Yi Xian spoke calmly. This made Lu Bai's expression change. He looked at Yi Xian silently. He knew that Yi Xian was going to face the Lord of the Extreme Demon alone. This concerned Yi Xian's dignity. However, no one noticed that Lu Bai's eyes were extremely mysterious. It was as if there were whirlpools spinning in the depths of his eyes. His entire temperament was quietly changing. If Brother Yi dies, everyone here will be buried with him. That was all Lu Bai said. Then, he lowered his head and remained silent. However, no one paid attention to his words. They only treated him as an extremely arrogant person. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that a mysterious brilliance had streaked across the space between his eyebrows. This brilliance was ancient and profound. Although it was only a flash, it seemed to have quietly unlocked some kind of shackle within his body. Yi Xian, you are not worthy of Qingmei. You will never be worthy of her. The Lord of the Extreme Fiend roared madly as his demonic power surged out. He only needed a thought to reduce Yi Xian to ashes. However, the Lord of the Extreme Devil didn't want Yi Xian to die just yet. Killing Yi Xian was easy, but he wanted to vent all of his anger and resentment for the past 3 yuans on Yi Xian. The current me is indeed not worthy of her, but she doesn't love you either. Is that right? Yi Xian's expression was very calm when facing the Lord of the Extreme Devil. It could even be said that he was completely unperturbed. However, the more he acted like this, the angrier the Lord of the Extreme Devil became. You're still the same. You haven't changed at all. You're still as arrogant as ever. Back then, I wasn't a match for you before I became an extreme fiend. But now that I've become an extreme fiend, do you think I'll fall beneath your feet like before? The Lord of the Extreme Fiend roared. Today, I'll grind your bones to dust and crush you beneath my feet. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. The Lord of the Extreme Fiend was completely enraged. You can't kill me, Yi Xian said calmly. Whoosh! As Yi Xian's words fell, the guests all around burst into an uproar. They looked at Yi Xian as if he was an idiot. Was Yi Xian scared out of his wits? Did he not know who was standing in front of him? The Lord of the Extreme Fiend. An extreme fiend. The leader of the Ninth Element Union. If the other party wanted to kill Yi Xian, it would be easier than crushing an ant. But what was Yi Xian saying? To think that he would say that the Lord of the Extreme Fiend couldn't kill him. Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? Could Yi Xian really be scared out of his wits? It wasn't just the guests who were looking at Yi Xian as though he was a lunatic. Even the other extreme fiends were looking at Yi Xian strangely. Only the Lord of Time and Space was frowning as a bad premonition rose from the depths of his heart. Could it be? Could it be that he was going to appear? The next moment, the Lord of Time and Space was taken aback as he looked over at Yi Xian. It was only then that he realized that Yi Xian's aura was extremely still. It was extremely similar to when he was facing the godly yin-yang punishment back then. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Although Yi Xian had created the future transfiguration, this forbidden technique wasn't allowed by the Chaos Verse. It wasn't something he could use whenever he wanted to. Back then, the godly yin-yang punishment was the only reason he was able to use this forbidden technique. But now, the godly yin-yang punishment was nowhere to be seen. How could Yi Xian use his future transfiguration? Just as the space-time lord was bewildered, his stunned expression instantly froze. His eyes abruptly widened, because he had discovered something extremely terrifying. The heavenly heart of chaos. It was actually the heavenly heart of chaos. The heavenly heart of chaos's aura blotted out the sky, completely obscuring the Chaosverse workings. The Lord of Time and Space instantly understood. Extreme Fiend, today is the day of Extreme Love's wedding. Stop messing around. The Lord of Time roared angrily, his words filled with anxiety. He seemed to be trying to dissuade the Lord of Extreme Fiend, but in truth, he was trying to stop an unimaginable battle. No one understood Yi Xian's future transfiguration better than the Lord of Time and Space. If Yi Xian truly succeeded in using his future transfiguration and fusing his future self with his present self, the Lord of Extreme Fiend probably wouldn't be a match for Yi Xian at all. He was someone who could traverse the river of time. Although he was merely an illusory existence of the future, he was someone who could influence all three periods of time, the past, the present, and the future. Setting aside whether or not the Lord of Extreme Fiend could defeat Yi Xian's future transfiguration, something extremely terrifying would happen if Yi Xian used his future transfiguration. It was even possible that some unimaginable existences would be drawn over. These terrifying existences were known as taboo existences. They were existences that surpassed the primordial sovereigns and shared the same origin as the eternal shadow. They were existences that even the primordial sovereigns found difficult to comprehend. If taboo existences were drawn out, the entire chaos verse would be thrown into chaos. This was definitely not an outcome that the Lord of Time and Space wished to see. Stand down, Extreme Fiend. Perhaps the Lord of Chaos sensed something as well, but he suddenly stood in front of the Lord of Extreme Fiend. The laws of chaos circulated around him, clearly intending to prevent this from happening. Scram! Although the Lord of Extreme Fiend had ascended in the 9th period, his hatred for Yi Xian was deeply rooted in his heart. How could the Lord of Chaos possibly stop him? Boom! Extreme Fiend's power erupted and blasted towards the Lord of Chaos. The Lord of Extreme Fiend had long since thrown caution to the wind, completely disregarding his own life. Even though the Lord of Chaos was known as the #1 expert among the primordial sovereigns, he didn't want to fight the crazed Lord of Extreme Fiend. Chapter 1363. Bang! The Lord of Primal Chaos struck out with his palm, directly dissolving the supreme demonic power. His entire body retreated, but his brows were tightly furrowed and a trace of worry flashed across his eyes. Yi Xian, kneel and accept your death. Rumble. The Lord of Primal Chaos flipped his palm like the sky, and the terrifying supreme demonic power transformed into a heavenly demonic palm that slammed down on Yi Xian. This strike wasn't meant to take Yi Xian's life, but merely to suppress Yi Xian and make him kneel before him. The Lord of Primal Chaos wanted Yi Xian to kneel at his feet and beg for forgiveness. He wanted to vent all the anger and resentment he had accumulated over the past 3 yuans, no matter the cost. Burying Heaven Technique. Transcending past and present. Reversing time. Disrupting heaven and earth. Transcending yin and yang. Transcending the future. Deducing primal chaos, the heavens chanted endlessly. In the face of the Lord of Primal Chaos's powerful strike, Yi Xian's figure remained immovable. His lips moved slightly, and the general principles of the burying heaven technique came out of his mouth. This was his technique and Tao. Although it wasn't complete, it was the foundation of his life, and it was the forbidden technique to transcend the future. Kneel. Although the Lord of Primal Chaos had descended into madness, it didn't mean that he had lost his mind. He could already sense that Yi Xian's current aura was extremely strange, and it made his heart tremble. But no matter what, he had to suppress Yi Xian today, make him kneel at his feet and repent for his mistakes. He had to show Yi Qingmei just how unbearable the man she loved was. Rumble. The heavenly demon palm was descending, and it was as terrifying as a millstone that killed the heavens and the earth. The extreme demonic energy poured down towards Yi Xian, but Yi Xian remained motionless like an ancient stubborn rock. However, the ground beneath his feet was already filled with terrifying cracks, as if it would sink into the ground at any moment. Dong, dong, Dong. After condensing the chaotic universe and shattering the ancient and modern worlds, an obscure wave of energy bloomed around Yi Xian. His chanting grew more and more mysterious, and the heavens began to respond to his chanting. Otherize the future. Yi Xian's eyes snapped open, and he roared with the voice of the past, present, and future. The heaven-burying art erupted with a Tongtian light that seemed to pierce through the primal chaos. Although it didn't emit any terrifying fluctuations, it caused everyone's minds to tremble. Tap, tap, tap. Past, present, and future, the chaos no longer existed. A black figure seemed to cross the barrier of time and space and walked towards the present world. His figure was blurry, as if he would shatter at any moment, but he still walked firmly towards Yi Xian. It's him. How is this possible? What happened? In the next moment, the undying Heaven Lord and the others roared in shock. All the utmost powerful beings stared fixedly at the figure walking towards Yi Xian, as if they were trying to ascertain if this was the same person who had appeared before. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, this black figure was blurry and distorted, but he still walked towards Yi Xian resolutely. At the same time, Yi Xian walked towards him as well, until the figure merged with him. The next moment, the shockwaves that erupted from it left everyone speechless. Rumble. Burying the heaven and earth, burying the past and present. Trampling on the primal chaos of the universe, condensing the heaven and earth into the earth. That light that could destroy the past and present of the universe, sweeping away all the time and space, shot up into the heavens. Yi Xian was dressed in black robes, with 3,000 strands of black hair hanging behind his head. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his robes flapped loudly. With one hand pointing to the heavens and the other pointing to the earth, his words were the law, and his actions were the law. Bury. His words were the law, burying the heaven and earth. At this moment, Yi Xian was way too mysterious. Even though he didn't burst forth with an utmost powerful might, there was still an aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Pfft. The heaven demon palm that was slamming down towards Yi Xian froze for a moment before disappearing into nothing. It was as if it had never appeared before. Sir. Suddenly, just as everyone was shocked speechless, a delicate cry came from behind Yi Xian. Yi Qingmei was staring at Yi Xian's back in a daze. At this moment, she had become extremely weak, because Yi Xian was the true person in her heart. 3,000 flourishes have all fallen, and the past and present are but empty dreams. Why do you persist in this? At this moment, Yi Xian was too mysterious and too imposing. He slowly turned around to look at Yi Qingmei. A slight smile appeared on his face, but it also contained a trace of helplessness. Sir, I've waited for you for a long, long time. You finally appeared. Yi Qingmei walked in front of Yi Xian in a daze. Her eyes were already misty. Love to the extreme and forget to love to the heavens. If you could understand the last 4 words, then you would be able to transcend the omnipotent. Unfortunately. Yi Xian sighed softly, with an indescribable sense of sorrow. Qingmei doesn't want to be the omnipotent, and I don't want to transcend. I just want to be by your side. Yi Qingmei bit her lips. She couldn't stop the emotions in her eyes from overflowing. At this moment, there was only Yi Xian in her eyes. There was no room for anyone else. What was sowed in the past will be reaped today. Since you want to marry me, then I will marry you. But I hope you won't regret it in the future, because this path really shouldn't have been taken by you. At this moment, Yi Xian understood the past, present, and chaos. Although the path ahead of him was unclear, he already had a faint premonition. At this moment, he was the future, but also not the future. He was just a combination of people from 2 different times and times, giving him a mysterious and unfathomable power. He spoke from the bottom of his heart. I won't regret it. Qingmei will never regret it. Yi Qingmei gripped Yi Xian's hand tightly. You finally appeared. I'll take your life. The supreme demon went berserk. His roar shook the sky. Su Baining went completely mad. His eyes turned blood red. It was as if he had turned into a terrifying ancient beast that was about to devour someone. He charged madly at Yi Xian. Supreme demon skill. The lord of the extreme demonic roared and unleashed his greatest power. His punch seemed to be able to penetrate the universe. The entire heavenly palace of extreme love rumbled and shook as if it was about to collapse at any moment. Time froze. The world was silent. Yi Xian gently pushed Yi Qingmei away. A pair of sword fingers bloomed with a mysterious gray light. He turned around and pointed at the supreme demon master, fist and finger touched. Everything was silent. This finger seemed to have frozen the world. This finger seemed to have frozen the universe. Chaos did not appear. Precepts were not born. Even the supreme demon's power could not advance. Because of love, one's heart is filled with great sorrow. Perhaps this really is a kind of tragedy. Yi Xian spoke softly. His fingertip touched the supreme demon master's fist. No matter how much Su Baining roared, he could not advance. Lawless and formless. 10,000 laws and 10,000 forms. Supreme demon no sky. All things perish. After all, the strongest of all time was the strongest of all time. This was especially true for Su Baining, who had already gone mad. He was called the Supreme Demon Master. There was no way he was that simple. Right now, his power had reached the peak. Go to hell. Boom. Supreme Demon destroys the sky. The fist light could destroy the world. This fist was vast and boundless. It could destroy the world. Even though Yi Xian had used his future transformation, he was now in a terrifying state. Facing Su Baining's supreme demon fist, Yi Xian felt a heavy pressure. Yi Xian's fingertip was still on the supreme demon master's fist, but he was also retreating. The supreme demon master seemed to have gone mad. He was venting his power. He wanted to completely destroy Yi Xian. Break. It was a voice that buried the sky. Yi Xian frowned. He flicked his finger. A gray light suddenly appeared on his fingertip. There was a loud explosion between the two of them. Bang! In the next moment, the Supreme Demon Master seemed to have been hit by the eternal sky. He was sent flying. The Supreme Demon Master's power around him was instantly shattered. He crashed into the ground. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.